So yesterday, I think one thing was left, like someone had asked about the qualifier and the primary annotation, right? So let me show that before we begin with today's advanced session. Let me show that remaining thing. All right, so let's imagine we have uh, two classes implementing this interface. So this is the interface, right? Microstream service. And this has been implemented by Microstream service IMPL. Imagine you have two classes which are implementing this interface. Okay, let's create two classes. And the name of the second interface will be IMPL2, like this. And this is also implementing this. And here I want to pass, let's say, the course name as Spring Boot. Let me see the lag. There is some lag. I think lag should go away now. All right. So in the second service, instead of having Spring Boot and Spring Cloud, I'm keeping the name as Spring Boot. Now, in my controller, in my Microstream controller, I have auto-wired the interface. How will it come to know which class to create, like which object to instantiate, like whether to instantiate an object of Microstream service IMPL or to instantiate object of Microstream service IMPL2? Any idea? Like how it will choose? Yep. Is the font size good enough now, guys? Folks. Okay, let me repeat my question. So imagine you have this interface, you've auto-wired this interface. Now this interface has been implemented by two classes, Microstream service IMPL and Microstream service IMPL2. Now, when I'll start the application, how will it come to know? It has to create object of which of the class. It cannot create object of two classes, right? I mean, in core Java, we write it like this, and that is how Java knows, okay, it needs to create object of the Microstream service IMPL and not Microstream service IMPL2. So in this case, how will it come to know? If anybody knows, you can tell, or otherwise I'll tell you the answer. Depending upon call to method, Chandran, I don't think so, because the method names are exactly the same, because they both are implementing the same interface, right? So that is not there. Okay, so here's a tricky part. So one way is that you use the qualifier. So you just write here something like this. You define the name. You write it like this, and this gives it this name. Okay, this is one way. Let's start the application. First, let me show you the problem. If I'll have the code like this, if I'm not referring to the correct one, okay, if I'm not referring over here to the correct one, if I'm just referring to interface which has been implemented by two classes, it should give the ambiguous error. So I want to show you the problem first, then the solution. So let me show you the problem. So you see application start has failed. So it is saying that field Microstream service in the Microstream controller, this in this class required a single bean, but two were found. So it is complaining. So how we solve it is, first of all, either we can give a custom bean name and use this bean name there, Or what we can do is, if we don't want to do this, we can use @primary. So either we can use here @primary. So if I mark IMPL2 as @primary, and if there is ambiguity, in that case, it will pick, it will choose to create object of this class. So let me show this. Now, if we try to start, it will create object of this class. Now see, application has started. It's running on port 8084. Now, if I go and execute the Microstream get info API, it will call which one? It will call Microstream service IMPL2 class get info method. Why? Because this is set to primary. Let me demonstrate this. If I'm going to call the method get info from Microstream service IMPL2, it will return me the course name as Spring Boot. If it will call get info method from Microstream service IMPL, it will return the course name as Spring Boot and Spring Cloud. Let's see this in action. Let's execute this get info. And here you can see it's calling from Microstream service IMPL2. It's returning Spring Boot. So this is one way to solve ambiguity problem. Another way to solve ambiguity problem is like you define a custom bean name here. So what you do here is you simply define a bean name like this. In case if you don't want to use primary, okay. And then you use this bean name over here. Like you can use over here also using @ qualifier. There are different ways to do the same thing. So this is one more way of doing the same thing. So let DevTools restart. You can see DevTools has started. Now let's execute this and it is returning the same. Now if I change the bean name to IMPL, which is this one, it will refer to this one. So it will return Spring Boot and Spring Cloud. Let's save this. Okay, restarted. Let's execute this again. And now you can see it's returning Spring Boot and Spring Cloud. So is everyone clear with this? This is the concepts which is available online, but I'm going to show you something which I have explored after this. This is what you'll find on the net about Spring Boot, like how you can solve the ambiguity problem using qualifier, using primary. If everyone is clear with this, you can write clear in the chat. It's a very common interview question also. And now I'll show you something which is not available on internet because hardly people have explored it. Okay, so this is something which everyone knows because it's available. People have already explored this and it's there. I'll show you something more interesting. Let's say we don't want to do all these things. We want to do it even in a much simpler fashion. So by default, when these classes are loaded, when these service classes are loaded, what happens is Spring Boot gives them a default bean name. So what's the default bean name is? It's the same name, but in a camel casing way. So how I can exploit this functionality is by using the reference name like this. Now it will create object of Microstream service IMPL1, but I also need to change my references below now. All right. So it will now create object of Microstream service IMPL because I've given the reference name as a camel cased class name. This is one thing which I've seen and it works. Let me demonstrate. If I execute this, you can see it's getting the information from Microstream service IMPL, which is Spring Boot and Spring Cloud. Now, if I change it to Microstream service IMPL2 in my controller class, and this needs to be camel cased. Now it will return me Spring Boot from Microstream service IMPL2. See, this is something which I have explored. It's not available on the internet. Let me tell you this. So you can see like this also works. This is another way of doing it. So is everyone clear with this? All right. I think you have learned this trick that I know. Now we'll proceed to today's agenda. Today's agenda is Spring Boot advanced part. So you can start voting in the chat like what you want to learn first. You want to learn AOP, Hibernate, Spring Security, or Spring Cloud first. I'll start that module first. What about others? Which one you want to learn first? 2 votes for Hibernate. 1 for AOP. 2 for AOP. 3 for Hibernate. 4 for Hibernate. Now there are AOPs. All right. So AOP is a short topic. I can start with AOP also. Hibernate will take some time, but I think major votes are for Hibernate. So let's start with Hibernate then. Okay, so let's begin with Hibernate then. Hibernate is a little big topic. AOP is a short topic. So let's start with one-to-one mapping. Let me import these projects. Let me terminate this application. Close all. Let's import. Import as existing Maven project. So this is the project Spring Boot Hibernate 1-to-1. First, I'll provide you walkthrough of this project, code walkthrough and functionality walkthrough. So let's open the POM file first. So the Spring Boot version that I'm using is 2.5.6. If you want the latest versions of these projects, I think I have uploaded 2.7.1 lately. Let me share that with you. Yeah, 2.7.2, the latest one. So if you want to see the latest versions of these projects, they are available here. After learning this 2.5.6, if you want to migrate or having like if you want to directly import the migrated version projects of the same projects which you're going to learn, you can do from this repo. I've shared the repo link in the chat. So the Spring Boot version for this project that I'm using is 2.5.6. Dependencies that I've added is JPA for performing CRUD operation onto database entities, DevTools for enabling rapid application development and testing, H2 for our for getting our embedded database, Lombok to write some boilerplate code, and let me remove the twice Lombok dependency, and the web dependency to get the embedded Tomcat server. This is the main class. Let me just comment out these things because we'll comment and uncomment this as we go through different topics in this course. So it's a simple main class. Since it's a main class, it has been annotated with @Spring Boot application. And we have implemented the command line runner interface so that we can get this override, so that we can get this run method and we can execute something as soon as the application starts. Here we have also auto-wired the entity manager. So yesterday, what all JPA methods you learned, it is internally using this entity manager only. So today we are going to directly use this, and we are going to query our entities because we don't want to focus on writing complex logic, but we want to focus on understanding how to design entity classes which has relationship with each other, like which has one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-many kind of relationship with each other. So the focus of this course will be to make you understand how to design entity classes which has relationship with each other, because these relationships are little complex. They are unidirectional, bidirectional. So you'll get to know all these terminologies and what it really means by unidirectional relationship, bidirectional relationship, and all the criterias around it. One more important thing is you need to make yourself familiar with the entity classes in order to follow along with the session. So we have this passport entity class. We have used the Lombok annotation data to generate all the basic things like getter, setter, toString, equals, hash code, required args, constructor that we need for our passport entity class. Then we have the ID field, and it's our primary key. So it has been annotated with @ID JPA annotation. And we are not really using this, but I've just kept it. So it's not going to harm in any way, because this is like if you are inserting a new passport using JPA method and you don't want to pass the ID, it will automatically generate the ID and use it. So that's the automatic generation part. Then is the number. So passport has a number. This column nullable false means it cannot be null. So you'll have to set the number when you're inserting a new passport. Let me comment out this for now, and also this for now. So you can imagine in your passport, you have your ID and your number. So it's a simple entity class. Passport has two fields, ID and number. ID is the primary key in the table and number is the passport number. Now student is also a simple class. It has ID and student has a name. That's all. Let's comment these things out for now. And we have defined a toString because there is a problem with the default toString. Let me just show you the problem when it will occur, while executing the exercises, and then we'll resolve it by uncommenting these toString methods. All right, next is the resources part. So we have the application.properties. Here you can see we have configured our H2 database. This is the database name, testdb. Username is SA. We have not set any password because we'll frequently log in into the H2 database to understand the entity relationships, how they are established. Then these are some JPA properties like hibernate, DDL, auto, update, show SQL true. Basically, the queries which are getting generated, it will start to show them in the logs because of this property, but they are not in a readable format. In order to get them in a readable format, we have set this another property, spring.jpa properties hibernate formats equal to true. It will, so combination of these two will help you to see the queries which are JPQL queries which are generated in the background in a readable format. Then this is again not required for H2, but I've just added it. For other databases, you need to pass the dialect properly. Like if you don't pass the dialect, your application won't be able to interact with your respective database, because it's just like I'm telling my Spring Boot JPA library that, hey, you need to interact with the H2 database. So you need to have the H2 dialect. Next is data.sql file. So on application start, we can insert some values, remove some values. So right now, let me comment out these insert queries from here. Since this file cannot be kept empty, if you keep this file empty, your application start will fail. So what this file does is on application start, it executes all the queries which are written in this file. So basically you start with something because of this, because as soon as the application start, it will insert some students, some passports, whatever you need. Since this file cannot be empty, so I've just added a select query for a namesake here so that I don't get application failure. Otherwise, I'll have to delete this and recreate and repaste these queries inside. In order to avoid that, I've written this select query here. That's about the code walkthrough. Is everyone clear with the code? Then we'll start with the functionality walkthrough. Like I'll show you this same table structure, like how passport table looks like in the database.
Hi, Samarth, just one thing. Is it mandatory to use this data.sql only as the name of the SQL file, or anything can be?
You can use D lowercase or D capital case. If you're going to use some other file, then you'll have to Google the property that you need to add here to tell Spring Boot application to load, to execute queries of that other file instead of this. This is the default one which it executes.
Okay, okay.
So you can see you are able to see these queries in a readable format, right? This is because we have added these two properties. This one enables to see the queries, and this one makes it, this one formats the queries that you see basically. So if we set this to false, we'll not see these queries here. Let me show you. We have DevTools. Now application is restarting, and you can see like we are not seeing the queries anymore. So this is for seeing the queries. Now if I again set it to true, we'll see the queries. So I don't want to put too many logs. I want to explain you the concepts, but in between, if you want to see how internally, the joints are created, joint tables are created, you can just set this to true. Or you can ask me to set it to true. I'll show you the join queries, JPQL queries. All right, so application has started. Let's access it. It's running on port 8080. Let's close everything from yesterday. Let's copy the URL, paste it here. Let's copy the user. Okay, we can just type the username. Connect. So you can see we have two tables, passport and student. In passport table, we have ID and number field. In student table, we have ID and name field. So simple entity classes, passport has a number, student has a name. So that's about the code and functionality walkthrough. Now let's make passport the owning side of relationship. So we are going to perform this hands-on. You're going to learn the use of one-to-one mapping annotation. Then the data.sql script, we are going to use this data.sql script to insert some records. We're going to fetch student out of passport, demonstrate the default fetch type for one-to-one is eager. So there is one rule which you can write down and keep. This rule will help you to keep Hibernate at your fingertips. So there are some rules which I'll explain you or which I'll tell you today. If you remember those rules, you can use Hibernate anytime in the future also. Like your Hibernate will remain at your fingertips for lifetime if you remember those simple rules. First rule is the default fetch type of anything that is to one, whether it be many to one or one to one, it is always eager. The default fetch type is always eager. Anything that is too many, the default fetch type is always lazy. Okay. Anything that is too many. So it can be one to many to many. Anything that is too many is lazy. Anything that is too one is eager. Then we are going to learn the use of @transactional annotation. Although we are not going to need this @transactional annotation. So this annotation is needed when you have lazy fetching. Currently we have eager fetching only because we are learning one-to-one mapping. But we can change the default fetch type to lazy one if we want to. By default, it's eager. Then you're going to understand the meaning of unidirectional relationship. So we are going to establish a unidirectional relationship between student and passport. So student and passport are our two entities. And in this unidirectional relationship, passport will be the owner of the relationship. So there will be a unidirectional relationship, one-to-one kind of a mapping between student and passport. That means one student can have one passport or one passport can be associated with one student. And the owner of the relationship, we are going to make passport as the owner of the relationship. Whoever is the owner of the relationship has a foreign key in it. So what will be the foreign key in the passport table? If passport is the owner, it will be student ID. So you're going to understand the terms such as owning side and non-owning side of relationship. Don't worry, we'll understand all of this as soon as we get started with the hands-on. So very first step is the use of one-to-one mapping annotation. So the use of one-to-one mapping annotation is to establish relationship between two things. So we want to establish a relationship between passport and student. So the very simple thing that we can do is we can add @1-to-1 student. This will make passport the owning side of the relationship. So when you'll see the table, you'll see that in the passport table, now we'll have student ID, which is a foreign key. And in the student table will not have the passport ID. So whoever has the foreign key is the owning side of the relationship. Since only passport has the student ID and student doesn't has the passport ID, So passport is the owning side of the relationship and student is the non-owning side of the relationship. Let's see this in action. We have added this one-to-one mapping over here. We have made passport as the owning side of the relationship. We have made passport the owning side of this unidirectional relationship between passport and student. So we should have student ID in the passport table. So let's refresh this connection. Now in the passport, you can see we have the student ID. In student, we don't have the passport ID. This is because we have added this one-to-one mapping annotation in passport, and we have made passport as the owning as the owning side of the relationship. So passport is the owning side of the relationship. Is this clear to everyone? Like what is unidirectional relationship? Now, can you tell me like on what basis you can say like which is the owning side of the relationship between the two entities? Guys, answers. On what basis you decide which is the owning side of the relationship? Anyone?
The one which has other object in it is the owning side.
Correct. Which has the foreign key. So ID is the primary key here. Student ID is a foreign key here. So whichever has the foreign key is the owning side of the relationship between the two entities in context. All right. So that's about the first part, use of one-to-one mapping in passport. Now we are going to use data.sql to insert some records. So let's insert some records. So since passport has the student ID, we first need to insert the student. So I've just added this comments for you so that you can play around by using this code to understand it better. So when passport is the owning side of the relationship, you need to insert student first because student doesn't need a passport ID. And once you have the student ID, you can insert the passport because passport requires a student ID. So this is the way of insertion, sequence of insertion. If you are going to insert passport first, you'll have to insert this as null and then again, then insert student and then again update this and insert the proper student ID. That's not a good way. That's not a good database design also. So good database design is first you insert students, then you insert passport. Now that we have inserted some data, DevTools has already restarted the application for us. We just need to reconnect to the database and we need to execute our queries. So you can see in the passport, we have the student IDs and here. So this is the data. We have two students, Sam and Hiran. And you can see from here ID 1. So Sam has this passport number IND 100. Hiran has this passport number IND 101. So this is how it works. Coming to the next one, fetch student out of passport. So when we say fetch student out of passport, so first thing what we need to fetch is passport. So here again, I've added the comments for you to play around. When passport is the owning side of the relationship, then you use the below. All right. So since passport is the owning side of relationship, so first we fetch passport and out of passport, we can fetch student. So first we are fetching the passport. So we are fetching the passport with ID 1. And after that, we are getting the student that passport belongs to. So you can see here, passport with ID 1. And we are also getting the student's information. You see this? You know why it's happening? Why when we are fetching passport, it is also fetching me the student details? It's related to the default fetch type. So when we are fetching the passport here, we have used one-to-one mapping annotation. So basically anything that is 2-1 is always by default eager fetch. So when we are fetching the passport with ID 1, it is also fetching the student associated with that passport. So it's not lazily loading the student, it is eagerly loading the student. That's why I said, remember the rule, the default fetch type for anything that is 2-1 is always eager. Anything that is too many is always lazy. So that is why it fetched the student here. Then simply we are using the get method on this passport and just printing the student details, get student from passport. So that's about fetching. Next is understanding the use of @ transaction annotation and when it is needed. So currently we don't need it. So even if we comment it, our application code will not break. You can just observe here. Because @transaction is needed when you have lazy fetching to keep the transaction open throughout this method execution. Currently, it doesn't matter because I'm just making one transaction with the database. In this one transaction, I'm fetching the passport and its associated student details from the student table itself. So I don't need to keep the transaction open for the below lines. Understanding the meaning of unidirectional relationship. So I think now you understand the meaning of unidirectional relationship. The detailed meaning of unidirectional relationship will be, you cannot fetch student, and out of student you cannot fetch passport. That's why it's unidirectional. From passport you can get student, but from student you cannot get passport, because the kind of relationship that we have is unidirectional. So passport has the student here, but student doesn't has the passport here. Because of that, you can only fetch passport, and out of passport you can fetch the associated student, but not the vice versa. So that's the meaning of unidirectional relationship. You can fetch one thing out of the other, but not the other thing out of the first one. Is it clear to everyone? Like the meaning of unidirectional relationship? If everyone is clear with these terminologies, you can write clear in the chat. Or if anybody wants to paraphrase and tell that, just to be sure like they have understood these rules correctly, they can unmute and do that. Anybody wants to paraphrase all the rules that you have learned as part of this first hands-on in Hibernate? Okay, so let me cross question you. Which is the owning side of relationship between passport and student? Answers in the chat. Correct. What is the kind of relationship between passport and student? Correct. One-to-one, that is said. The project is only about one-to-one. It's unidirectional relationship. What it means by unidirectional relationship? Can I fetch passport out of student? In this scenario, what we have implemented, can I fetch passport out of student? Perfect. We cannot. So we can only fetch student out of passport. Passport and student, which has the foreign key in it? Passport or student, which has the foreign key in it? Correct. It means you have understood this hands-on. This is the core foundation of Hibernate. Now we'll move to the next hands-on. So in this course, as you will keep learning hands-on, I'll keep advancing the hands-on, and each hands-on will be more advanced than the previous one. So it's necessary that you understand the initial hands-on so that you can understand the last hands-ons also. Okay, so next one. We want to change the relationship. We want to make student the owning side of relationship. Can anyone tell me what are the changes required in order to make student the owning side of relationship?
Add an passport object below.
Over here, do you need to comment something? You want to make student the owning side of the unidirectional relationship. So that means you don't need this, right? Because we want to establish unidirectional relationship. We are just changing the owner. Passport was the owner. Now we have made student the owner. We also need to change the queries. Like, because now student will have the passport ID. So we first need to insert the passport, then we need to insert the student. Yeah, also we need to change this. So since student is no longer over here, We need to change this code also. Now student is the owning side of the relationship. So we first need to fetch student, and out of student, we need to fetch passport. So this is how you change the relationship. Is this clear to everyone? Like what we did is, instead of having student here and one-to-one mapping annotation here, we are having @1 and passport here. And in data.sql, we are first inserting the passport, because in student, we have a foreign key now, passport ID. So before there was a student ID as a foreign key in passport when passport was the owner. Now student is the owner, so student has the foreign key passport ID. So we first need to insert the non-owning side of relationship, then we insert the owning side of relationship. Since the kind of relationship we've established is unidirectional, so we first need to fetch student, and out of student we can fetch passport, but the vice versa will not work. As you saw, we were getting compilation issues. Isaac, what you're saying is called as bidirectional relationship. That is going to be covered in the further hands-on. Don't worry. Extra access to information, that is like fetching anything out of anything, is possible. For that, you need to establish bidirectional relationship between the two entities. I'll come to that, but first I want you to understand unidirectional relationship properly, so that you can then understand bidirectional relationship. Okay, so we have done this. We have changed relationship. We have made student the owning side of relationship. Now let's understand the fetch type. So understanding the default fetch type for one-to-one. What's the default fetch type for one-to-one, guys? What's the default fetch type for one-to-one? Answers in the chat. Perfect. What is the default fetch type for anything to many, like star to many? What is it for that? Lazy. Correct. So right now, since we are dealing with one-to-one, so by default it's eager, and if it's eager, we don't need @transactional annotation. Next thing is, how do we change the default fetch type? So we want to change the fetch type from the default one, because default is eager. So the way we do it is like this. We add fetch equals to fetch type, and we use this lazy. So this is how we change the default fetch type. You see, application code is breaking. It will say no session. Lazy initialization exception. You know why? Because since we have changed the default fetch type, we have made the fetch type as lazy, because before it was eager, we wanted it to lazily fetch the passport. Lazily fetch the passport means what? When I'm fetching the student details, that time it will only get me the student details. It will not get me the passport details. So in this case, in order to get rid of this exception, lazy initialization exception, I need to first of all uncomment this. And in order to get rid of this failed toString, because when you do toString here, and by default, because of Lombok, it is generating an all fields toString for us, which looks like this. It is also trying to get the passport details, but it has not fetched the passport details, so it will fail the toString method. So in order to avoid this, we need to also create a custom toString method in which we just remove this passport details. So that's why I've created a custom toString method here, and I'm not using the Lombok toString method here. Now that I've made this change, I can save my code and it will work fine. And let me write the rule for you. Rules for default fetch type. So I'm writing the rules in the chat. I'll just type it and send it. So I've sent the rules. You can just save it and keep it. Now let DevTools restart. So you can see DevTools has restarted. And we can see our error is gone. So now we are able to fetch the student details, and out of student details, we are able to fetch the passport details. So this is called lazy fetching. First, we are only fetching the student details. When this line is executed, it is only fetching the student details. It's not fetching the passport details now because we have set the fetch type as lazy. That means we are telling that only when we use that get passport, that time make a transaction to the database and get me the passport associated with that student. So is this clear to everyone? Like how you can change the default fetch type, what's the default fetch type, and when you change the default fetch type, when you have lazy fetching, what you need to take care of, like adding this transactional annotation, having a custom toString method. So these things are clear. Why we need this toString method, why this will not work, because it's trying to get the passport and we don't have the passport details, so it fails. Okay, if everyone is clear, you can write clear or you can ask your doubts before we proceed.
Hey Samarth, I had a basic doubt. Maybe I'm new to Spring Boot, so I thought कि like while creating tables in database, we generally use create table command, SQL command, and give column names. So in Spring Boot and database integration, this is how we create tables, right? The column name, and we create foreign key like this. We
So
don't.
this is something like entity classes. Yesterday, you were there, right, in the fundamental part. So what
Yeah.
happens is, since we have defined these entity classes, it automatically on application starts creates a passport table, and whichever fields we have added here, like ID and number, that gets converted to column.
Yeah, so like if you want to create a table in database, this is how we create. We don't use as create table SQL
You
query
can
in.
use that also in data.sql, but it is of no use, right? Because we want to use JPA to perform CRUD operations. So we need to define our entity classes. If you have existing tables, you need to map it to the appropriate entity classes by designing them. And then you can perform CRUD from your Java to your database tables. So this is the drawback also, right? And this drawback has been overcome by Microstream. As yesterday you saw, like you don't need to define any entity classes, nothing fancy if you use Microstream. But with traditional database system from Spring Boot, if you want to communicate, this is the way. I mean, using JPA, this is the way. Otherwise, you can also execute your custom queries using Entity Manager. And there are some methods to execute your custom queries also. But that's another way. This is like, because you're using JPA, you can create JPA repositories, and you have so much, like you have pagination, you have sorting. Yesterday you've seen, you can do all sort of things. You don't need to write so much logic. You just need to use the ready-made JPA method.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Okay, so this hands-on is done. Let's move to the next one. Isaac had this doubt, like, how about I want to have some extra information, I want to fetch anything out of anything. So that is called bidirectional relationship. As part of this hands-on, we're going to implement this now. We're going to implement bidirectional relationship. And in the bidirectional relationship between student and passport, we are going to make student the owning side of the relationship. And we have seen the toString issue and it's fixed. So we have already fixed it. So let's implement bidirectional relationship. So in order to implement bidirectional relationship, what we need to do is we need to have this over here, and we need to also have this over here. Now another thing that we need to do is we need to use the map by attribute. So we just need to use here map by. If you want to make okay, let me see, we want to make student the owning side. If you want to make student the owning side, we'll use mapped by in the non-owning side. So which is the non-owning side? Passport is the non-owning side. So I need to use mapped by here, and I'll copy this passport, paste it here. So this is how I'm making bidirectional relationship between student and passport, and by using mapped by in the non-owning side, or let me phrase it like this: by using mapped by in passport, I'm making passport the non-owning side of relationship between the bidirectional relationship that has been established between passport and student. So right now, since we are using this mapping annotation in both the entity classes, so there is a bidirectional relationship. And in this bidirectional relationship, what I have done is I have made student the owning side by using mapped by attribute in the mapping annotation in the passport. So is this clear? Like how you mark one as the owning side and other one as the non-owning side by using mapped by attribute in the non-owning side? Is this clear to everyone? Like where you need to use mapped by? Answers in the chat. Where you need to use mapped by attribute when creating bidirectional relationship between two entities? Where do you need to use? Correct. Non-owning side. So by using mapped by attribute, we are marking a non-owning side. Like we are marking an entity as a non-owning side of relationship. All right. So that's correct. So we have bidirectional relationship now between passport and student is the owning side of the relationship because we have used mapped by in the non-owning side, which is passport. So we have used this over here. Just pay attention to this one. Like we have used this in the non-owning side. Since it's a bidirectional relationship and student is the owning side of relationship. So if student is the owning side of relationship, that means student will have the passport ID and passport will not have the student ID. So you need to remember this. Whoever is the owner has a foreign key. So if student is the owner, student has a foreign key, right? It has a foreign key, passport ID. So first we need to insert passport, then we need to insert student. Now we have done this. So tell me one more thing. Now can I now can I get student first and out of student get passport, and also get passport and out of passport get student? Since it's bidirectional, so will this work or will it break? What do you think? So see, Chandran says yes. So see, Chandran, it is working because now we have established bidirectional relationship between student and passport. Because we have bidirectional relationship between the two, we can fetch anything out of anything. We can fetch passport out of student. We can fetch student out of passport. Correct, Spencer. It is working. So this is the meaning of bidirectional relationship. In order to confirm that you have understood the concept, let me ask this. So in a bidirectional relationship, do you use mapping annotation in only one entity or both? You can write one or both, anything in any one option in the answer. Correct, both. What about others? What do you think? Perfect. So this was a little complex topic and you have understood it very well. Now let me show this in the database also. So since student is the owning side of the relationship, so student will have the passport ID and passport is the non-owning side of the relationship. So passport doesn't have the student ID. And this is the final structure if this of this bidirectional relationship. So this bidirectional is meant for the JPA. Bidirectional means fetching anything out of anything. Unidirectional means you can only fetch one out of the other, but not the vice versa. So with this, we are done with one-to-one mapping. We'll take a 10 minutes break between each mapping annotations. And the next topic that we'll cover will be, let's take this one. Next will be one-to-many and many-to-one. So next we'll cover this after the break. So let's start with Spring Boot Hibernate, one-to-many and many-to-one mapping. Again, I'll import a new project. So there's a different project for this. So I built these small projects because it's easy to understand things and concepts in a small project than in a big one. So this is the project Spring Boot Hibernate, many-to-one, one-to-many. Am I audible?
Yeah. Just Saksham's got a good question on the bidirectional one-to-one mapping. Is lazy fetch a mandate?
Default fetch type is one-to-one. Default fetch type is eager, but we had manually changed it to lazy. It's not mandatory. Like we have the option, but by default it is anything that is 2-1 is always eager. But I just want to demonstrate how you can change the default fetch type. So I had changed it to lazy. All right, walkthrough of the provided Spring Boot project. I'll provide you code walkthrough and functionality walkthrough. So let's start with the code walkthrough. Again, the dependencies are exactly the same: 2.5.6, JPA, DevTools, H2, Lombok. Just mistakenly, I've added the Lombok dependency twice. Web. So these are the dependencies. Main class. And again, we have implemented command line runner. We'll comment, uncomment this as we go through different hands-on in this course. This you need to get yourself familiar with. So we have the course table. We have the course entity class. It has ID field, name field, last updated field, created date field, and a toString method. We have the reviews. So we have a course table that will be created and a review table that will be created. Review has an ID, has a rating, has a description. Let's remove this for now. Let's see how these tables look like. So let's start this. Again, let me show you the database. It's just the same. So we have used the same credentials and we have said the same thing so that we don't need to change, copy from here and paste again in our browser. We have not set any password for testing purpose. And to solve the problem of data.sql not executing an application start, we have used the below property. We didn't have to add this property in the previous versions of Spring Boot, but we now need to add this property. Otherwise, this data.sql will not get executed. Let me comment this out for now. Next is the same thing. Let me set it to false because we don't want to have too many logs. We want to focus on the core concepts. And this banner.txt, so instead of showing you Spring when the application starts, it will show you this. So you can create a fancy or artistic file. Like you can create a banner.txt with this kind of art. This will appear on application start. So let's start it. So our application has started. It's running on port 8080. Let's refresh this. Let's re-log in. So we can see we have course table, which has ID column, created date column, last updated date, name. We have review table, which has ID column, description column, and rating. So we can fire the select queries. We can see we don't have any data inside this as of now. So let's execute. So this is how the tables look like. It has no rows. That was the code and functionality walkthrough. Now let's perform this hands-on. Let's create relationship between course and review. And we are going to insert some values with our data.sql script. So we're going to learn the use of one-to-many annotation and many-to-one mapping annotation. We're going to make review the owning side of relationship. We're going to insert values in course and review table with data.sql. So in this kind of a relationship, we establish a good database design. By good database design means we establish only bidirectional relationship. So we'll make review the owning side of relationship. In order to make review the owning side of relationship, we have used mapped by in the non-owning side, which is course. So you can see here in the course, so one course can have many reviews. So we have used one-to-many, and many reviews can be associated with one course. So over here we have used many-to-one. Also, one more thing to notice, since over here we have too many, so we need to pass and collection over here. So we have passed, we have used list of reviews like array list over here. And since this is 2-1, so we cannot use a list. So we have written course. So this is one more thing which you need to remember. So since we have made reviews the owning side of relationship, so review will have the course ID. And since we have marked course as the non-owning side of relationship, course will not have the reviews ID. So why we have made review the owning side and course as the non-owning side, there is a logic behind it. And the logic is, if we make course as the owning side, so in reviews column will have multiple review IDs, right? Multiple review IDs will be there. So it's not a good database design. We wanted to have a good database design. By that, I mean is in one cell of a database table, I want one value, not multiple comma separated values. So in this case, if we make review as the owning side, we'll only have one course ID associated with one review. So we'll not have too many values in one cell. So that's the reason behind making review the owning side and course as the non-owning side of relationship here. Now let's refresh the database. Let's see how it looks like. So this is the course table. This is a review. So you can see we have the course ID in review, but we don't have the reviews ID in course because we have made review as the owning side of the relationship and course as the non-owning side of the relationship. Next is let's see the next one. Yeah, so we have done these 2 points. Let's insert values in course and review table with data.sql. So first we'll insert value into course, because once we have the course ID, we can insert into reviews, because reviews table requires a course ID. So we are inserting one course with one review. Let's refresh, reconnect, and let's execute the select queries again. So here we can see in the course table, we have this course Spring Boot Hibernate with ID 1, created date, last updated date. And in the review table, we can see we have a review for this course. So course ID 1 has this review, best course on Hibernate, rating 5 out of 5. So this is how we do it. This is how we create relationship. So is everyone clear why I have made review the owning side and course as the non-owning side? If you want me to show the bad database design, I can just demonstrate that also. How does a bad database design looks like? But I'm not going to insert data into a bad database design. I'll just show you the how it looks like. So if we make if we remove mapped by here, if we add mapped by here, okay, you see Spring Boot is not allowing us to have a bad database design. So for many to one, we don't have the mapped by only. We don't have mapped by here. So Spring Boot is preventing us from designing a bad database design. So only design that we can have is a good database design. So this is one more thing. If you must be thinking, how about designing a bad database design? So it's not allowing only. Framework is designed in a way that it's not having mapped by in many to one. We saw that. But here we have this mapped by. See, inside this we have used also, and we can see also. But it was not there in many to one. See here, it has fetch optional target entity. This has fetch optional target cascade and mapped by. All right, if everyone is clear with this, you can write clear in the chat. We'll move to the next hands-on.
Yeah, I have a question here. On the review side, wouldn't it be one-to-one for the course? Because one course can have many reviews, but a single review can be associated to only one course.
Correct.
So,
that is the way in which you can use one-to-one also. Or you can establish a unidirectional relationship in that case. But you won't be able to establish this. You won't be able to establish one-to-many, like many to one part won't work. So if you want to use this over here, then you have to use this over here. You cannot use one-to-one here, because that's the combination of enabling bidirectional relationship by design.
okay. Got it. Thanks.
What about others? Is everyone clear? All right. Let me reinsert the data if I've removed. Just verifying because I made some temporary changes. All right, looks good. Next hands-on is retrieving course and its reviews and understanding the default fetch type for one-to-many. What is the default fetch type for one-to-many? Answers in the chat. Correct. It is lazy. So the default fetch type for anything that is too many is lazy. So we are going to retrieve course details by using entity manager, and we're going to retrieve review details from course details and understand the default fetch type. And you need to remember the rule: when there is lazy fetching, you need to use @transactional annotation on your method level. So let's do this. So let's fetch course. So we have bidirectional relationship, right? So we can fetch anything out of anything. So when we deal with course, okay, so when we are fetching course first, and out of course we are fetching reviews. So what kind of relationship course has with reviews is too many. That means lazy fetching. If it's lazy fetching, I need @transactional annotation. And since it's bidirectional, I can fetch anything out of anything. So you can see I can fetch anything out of anything. Also the fancy banner, that banner.txt, you can see it appears here on application start. And you can see I am able to fetch course and out of course reviews, and fetch reviews and out of yeah, here I'm able to fetch, let me correct this. I'm able to fetch review and out of review course. So I can fetch anything out of anything. All right. So this is done. Well, one more thing. Let me cross question you now. Now, if I remove this, if I remove @transactional also, this file I have not saved it yet. Now tell me, well, do I need @transactional if I'm fetching review, and out of review if I'm fetching course? Do I need @transaction annotation? Write yes or no in the chat. Let me show you here. In review, I'm fetching review first, and out of review I'm fetching course. So you can see the kind of relationship that we have here. Review has many to one. Correct. We don't need @transactional because we are fetching review first, and review has anything that is to one. So when I'm fetching review, it's also fetching course. That is why I don't need @transaction annotation, because in a single transaction, which is performed when this method is executed, in the single transaction, I'm fetching the review detail and its associated course details also. So since there is a single transaction, there is no separate transaction when I call the get course. So that is why I don't need @transactional annotation. So you can see code is working fine, but I'll require @transaction annotation if I uncomment this, because when I'm fetching the course details, in course we have what kind of relationship with reviews? It is too many. Anything too many is lazy by default. So since it's lazy by default, so when I'm fetching the course details, it will only fetch the course details. It will not fetch the associated reviews. So because of that, when I'm fetching the course, it has fetched the course, but when I try to get the reviews, the transaction has been closed when this particular method was executed, and I'm trying to do this get methods, but the transaction with the database has been closed, or the session with the database has been closed. So I won't be able to interact with the database. So in order to keep the session open throughout this method, I need to use @transaction annotation. What that ensures is, on this line, when the transaction is opened, it will remain open until the execution of this method, until the complete execution of this entire method, run method. So that's the meaning and use of @transactional annotation. All right, so this is done. Moving to the next one. Retrieve reviews and its associated courses and understanding the default fetch type for many to one. So what's the default fetch type for many to one? Anything to one is eager. So we want to retrieve review details by using entity manager, retrieve course details from review details. So I think we have already done this. This is also done. We have fetched review details by using entity manager, and out of review, we have fetched the course details. We have seen for this case, we didn't require transactional annotation, because when we were fetching review and review had to one, so by default it was eager. So along with fetching the review detail, it also fetched me the associated course details. So I didn't require transactional. So this hands-on is also done. So we have completed one to many and many to one. Q&A time. Any doubts? Is everyone clear? All right, let's start with the next one. Let me import the project. Okay, I mistakenly selected export. Let me select import. Many to many. Again, I'll start with the code walkthrough and functionality walkthrough. So this is the project, Spring Boot Hibernate many to many. This is the POM file. We are using Spring Boot version 2.5.6. And these are the dependencies: JPA, DevTools, H2, Lombok, Web. This is the main class, a normal main class. Here we have implemented command line runner. Let's comment this out. We'll uncomment it as we go through different hands-on in this session. Again, same database, H2 database, same credentials. Let's set this to false. Data.sql, let's not insert anything as of now. We'll insert as we'll go through different topics. Let's understand the entity classes that we have. We have a course table. It will have ID field, which will be primary key, name, it cannot be null, last updated date, created date, and then we have student. So it's the same one which we had learned in the previous one. Let me comment this out also. Let's see this. This is student. Student has ID, name, and we'll have a join table, but let me comment this out for now. We'll uncomment it later. So student has ID and name, course has ID, name, last updated date, created date. And we have defined toString method to avoid that problem in which Lombok generates all args, all field toString, and it tries to get course even though it's lazy fetching, because here we are going to deal with lazy fetching, because right now what we are learning is many to many. So by default, the fetch type is lazy here. Okay, so this is done. Let's start the application. All right. So it seems our application start has failed. Let me see what went wrong. All right. So it's in this, we forgot to comment this out. Let's comment this out. Let's start it again. Okay, our application has started. It's running on port 8080. Guys, there's no noise disturbance from my end, right? Is there any noise?
No, it's fine. It's good for me anyway. Yeah. It's good.
So our application has started on port 8080. Let's go to the H2. Let's log in. Let's see the tables. We have the course table. It has ID, created date, last updated date, name. We have student, which has ID and name. So in the course table, we can see this is how it looks, and student table, it looks like this. It has ID and name. So that's about the functionality walkthrough. Let's move on to implementing unidirectional relationship. Let's make course the owning side of relationship. So as part of this hands-on, we're going to implement unidirectional relationship. We're going to learn the use of many-to-many mapping annotation. We're going to mark course as the owning side of relationship. We're going to view the join table that gets created when course is the owning side of relationship. Okay, so we want to establish unidirectional relationship between course and student. And we want to make course as the owning side. So in order to do that, first of all, in order to establish relationship, we add the map to this many-to-many mapping annotation. And in order to, so we want to establish bidirectional. So here we establish bidirectional. So I'll add this many-to-many in both of the entities. And you know, anything that is too many requires a collection class. So I've used list of courses here and list of students here. And I've used this mapping annotation in both. But I want to mark student as the owning side. Okay, let me see which one. I want to make course the owning side of relationship. So I want to make course the owning side of relationship. So I need to add mapped by in the non-owning side, and student will be the non-owning side. So I need to add mapped by here. And I need to copy the students from here, add it here. Now, by using this annotation and using mapped by in the non-owning side, I've established bidirectional relationship between course and student, and I've made course as the owning side of the relationship. So code is working. There are no errors. Let's refresh, reconnect, and let's see. So you see there is no foreign key now. In many-to-many, we don't have a foreign key. We don't have any foreign key in course or student. Although we have made course the owning side, so we must be expecting so far what we have learned, like if course is the owning side, I should have a student ID in course. So that's not the case with many-to-many. In many-to-many, we have a join table which gets created. So it has created this join table for us, course underscore students. So the first name is the owning side name. So since course is the owning side, so first we see course, then underscore students. And the column names are courses underscore ID, students underscore ID. So let's say we don't like this name students over here. We wanted it to be course underscore student only or something different. So in that case, we can customize the table name. And in order to customize the table name, we need to use some annotations and some code, which we need to use in which one? We need to use in the owning side. So since course is the owning side, I need to use @join table annotation. And this name will turn into my table name. So it will change the table name from course underscore students to course enrolled by students. And this join column, this will be the column name of the owning side. So owning side is course. So course ID is the owning side. So whatever I write here, like courses underscore ID will turn into course underscore ID. And inverse join column defines the name for the non-owning side column. So non-owning side column is student underscore ID. So previously it was students underscore ID. When I'll refresh, it will become student underscore ID. So this is how, by using these annotations and these attributes of these annotations, we have customized the table name, the column name of owning side, and the column name of non-owning side of the joint table that we saw. Okay, let's refresh this, reconnect, and we can see we have customized a table name to course enrolled by students and column name as course underscore ID and student underscore ID. So is everyone clear so far, like how you establish bi-directional relationship between course and student, and how you so see what is the problem if you don't create a bi-directional relationship here is, let me show you the problem also. Let's imagine we have not renamed and we have established unidirectional. Okay, let's say we are not marking one as the owner. Okay, let's say we are not marking one as the owner. So what will happen in this case? Let me show you the problem. We'll have the two joint table problem. This is a famous interview question. With many to many, have you ever faced two joint table problem? Now that I have created a bad database design, let me show you how it looks like. In a bad database design, we'll have two tables. We'll have course underscore students and student underscore courses. So we have two joint tables. So this is a bad database design. And that is why we need to mark one as the owning side of relationship. So I wanted to mark course as the owning side of relationship. So that is why I added mapped by in the student. So this part is done. We have made course the owning side of relationship. We have viewed the joint table, and we have also, let's customize. We have also customized the joint table name and the column names. So is everyone clear with this? Like how you create relationship? What is a two joint table problem when you have many to many? And how you solve the two joint table problem by marking one as the owning side of relationship by using mapped by in the non-owning side of relationship, and how you customize the joint table name and the column name of owning side and non-owning side. You can also remember this example and use it as a reference for your other relationships that you'll establish. Amod, you can ask your doubt.
So many to many mapped by students, because what you had before in the student, yeah. So yeah, it just gets a bit so many to many mapped by students, and you had that in the student one, yeah, which means that student is the owner of no, course is the oh, which one's the owner there?
Correct. Course is the owner. You use mapped
Course
by
is the owner. Yeah, okay. Sorry, what did you say about mapped by? You use mapped by
in the non-owning side. We use
mapped
the map
by non-owning. Yeah, good. That's the rule then. Mapped by non-owning.
Correct. Write this rule down and keep the default fetch type rule, which I told you, and this rule. Just make a note of it. We use mapped by to mark one entity as the non-owning side of the relationship. Okay, guys, I'll explain this again. I know it's a complex topic. All right. So see, we have two entities, course and student. We wanted to establish a relationship between them. So the kind of relationship that we establish in a many to many is a bi-directional relationship. And if we don't make one as the owning side of the relationship, what happened was we had two joint tables. So we didn't wanted two joint tables. That is why we make one as the owning side. We chose to make course as the owning side by using mapped by in the student. Next is we don't like this table name, so we customize the table name by using @join column table @join table annotation, and this name attribute renames the table to whatever you write here. So we have renamed it to course enrolled by students, and we use this join columns value of join table, and we use @join column, and we define the renaming of owning side of relationship column. So what is the owning side? Course is the owning side. So what is the owning side column is course it's course underscore ID. So we have just made it the same only. We didn't wanted to update it, but we wanted to update this non-owning side column name. This non-owning side column name is not consistent. It is coming as students underscore ID. We wanted it to be student underscore ID. So we have customized it by using inverse join column attribute of @join table annotation. And we have made it from students underscore ID to student underscore ID. So we are just renaming the column name and table name of the join table by using this code. So is it clear? Like now, is it clear to everyone what we have done, why we have done? What about others? I know it's complex. That is why I sequenced it like this to build your foundation with the easy mapping annotation and then take you to the complex one. But I'll ensure that you learn and you remember it forever by remembering the rules that I'm telling you. Like the first rule is the default fetch type rule. Next is use of mapped by. You use mapped by in non-owning side. And this is just the renaming, some boilerplate code, which you can just copy paste in your many to many and rename your tables and your columns. What about others? If you have doubts, you can unmute and ask your doubts. I'm here to ensure that you learn this.
So we will have total 3 tables in our database right
Correct.
now: course, student, and course enrolled.
Correct. Yeah, let me
So
refresh.
we have.
No, that I had not refreshed.
Oh, okay. Okay, and in the course enrolled, we just have those two IDs which are kind of mapped among each other of course and student, right?
Correct.
Like course ID and student ID. Okay, got it.
Correct. Both foreign keys. It has no primary key.
Okay.
So that
Any other
bad
doubt?
database design case, you were doing many to many on the student side rather than this complex join table annotation. And that was causing it to create two tables, right?
Correct. So if you don't mark one as the owner, then you have two join tables. So if you don't mark this, so you'll have two join tables then. This is a bad database design to maintain data in two tables. So in order to avoid bad database design, I made course the owning side of relationship. So now I have only one join table. Okay, don't worry. It will become more clear as we move to the next hands-on. So, okay, implement unidirectional make course. So it is not actually a unidirectional kind of a relationship. It's more of bidirectional only, but we have a separate join table here. So I think I have put this wrong over here. Next is now that, okay, let's test this out, right? So bidirectional means we can fetch anything out of anything. If that is true, we should be able to fetch. So let me insert data. So we have made course the owning side. So course, we need to insert data. So let's insert data into all these things. We'll insert data into course, we'll insert student details, we'll insert data into join table. And now our problem, let's see the problem. Okay, it's unidirectional only in this case because we see like our application is not allowing. Okay, it's lazy initialization. Let me just get rid of this. Let's see now. Because yeah, I think my slide I've made that mistake. So here we don't have unidirectional. What we have built it is bidirectional only. Unidirectional means using it in only in one this, not in both. So let me correct this. I think because of this, you have also got confused. Now see, it's a bidirectional relationship. We are first fetching the student details. Out of student details, we are fetching the course details. Then we are fetching the course details. And out of course details, we are fetching the student details. So here the kind of relationship that we establish is bidirectional only. It's not unidirectional. If you want to establish unidirectional, let's see how it will work. Let's say I just want to have mapping annotation only in course. Okay, I don't want to have in students. And I want to customize the joint table name. Okay, application start is only failing. Yeah, I need to comment out all these things. Let's see now. Yeah, I need to comment out this also. So we don't, okay, we are not getting any student details. So in course, we have this. You see, we are not able to fetch any student details. Let me see. Now I have this table. So let me insert this data here. I'm just experimenting with the code. Okay, so we can establish unidirectional also. I think that was my intent here, to show unidirectional. Yeah. So we can establish unidirectional also. So how do I establish unidirectional is I use many-to-many annotation only in course. I don't use many-to-many in student. So I've used only many-to-many in course. I've not used in student. And since I've used many-to-many in course, I had a joint table, which is course underscore student. I renamed it like this. And I see it like this now. Course, let me just refresh. I see it like this: course enrolled by students and course and student table. Then I inserted data into course student because they don't have any dependency now. So any sequence is fine. And then I inserted data into joint table. And once I had data into joint table, and this joint table was responsible for establishing relationship between course and students. And because of that, since course is the owning side, that means course has the mapping annotation in it. And student is the non-owning side. Student doesn't has any mapping annotation in it. Because of that, I could only fetch student out of course, but not the vice versa. So is it clear now, like how we can establish unidirectional relationship between course and student? I really apologize. I got confused and I just implemented bidirectional. And I thought actually that is what we have to do eventually. But first I wanted to demonstrate unidirectional, then go slowly to bidirectional once like you've built your foundation after that. Any doubts with unidirectional? Okay, let me do cross questioning. That is how I'll be sure like you've understood before I proceed further. In order to establish unidirectional relationship in many-to-many mapping, you need to use this many-to-many in both the entities or in the single entity. Answers in the chat. Both are single for unidirectional relationship establishment. Correct, single. So what's the use of @join table annotation? Answers in the chat. I think Saksham is confused. Saksham, it's not for removing duplicacy. It is for customizing the joint table name. Let me remove this and show how it will look like. I'll also have to remove this because I don't have table with this name anymore then. So if I, so if I have, if I don't use this joint table, if I don't customize the table name will look like this. So I wanted to customize this table name. That is why I added the joint table annotation over here.
Okay. Actually, I thought that it's kind of creating two tables having same column, so that's why I wrote.
No, that is my
removing
apologies
duplicates.
because I wanted to demonstrate that, but that will come later. First, I want to take you from basic to advanced. So this is the basic, like establishing unidirectional relationship. You are seeing one joint table and the naming was not good. So we customized the table name and column names by using this code.
Also, Samarth, like since we have many-to-many annotation only in course class, so it's the owning class, right?
Correct. It's the owning class.
So can you show once the data.sql file, like how, like I remembered, like earlier you mentioned that when it's kind of we put first of all non-owning class data, then owning class data.
Correct. So
So
here it
now
doesn't
if
matter, no? It doesn't matter because we used to insert into non-owning side, sorry, into non-owning side, then into owning side because we had a foreign key in one of the entity, but now we don't have that. We don't have a foreign key.
o-
That's why I've written column names here.
okay, so does it work for one-to-one mapping, right? Like there we have to first add to non-owning, then owning, right?
Correct. Correct. One to one and one to many and many to one. But for many to many, we have a joint table, so we don't care about the sequence of insertion into the primary this tables that we have, entity classes. Here
Okay,
sequence
got
doesn't
it.
matter
Okay, got
because we
it.
have a
Thank you.
separate table now, which is saying, okay, course with ID 1, which is Spring Boot JPA, has been enrolled with student with ID 1, which is Sam. Course with
Sam.
ID 2, yes, has enrolled, is been enrolled by a student with ID 1. So Sam has enrolled for Spring Boot JPA, Spring Boot AWS utilities, and this also. So that is the relationship we are establishing with this join table.
Oh,
Okay, don't worry, you will all understand it as we go through other sessions, other hands-on. So Isaac has this question: if we add new record via code, what happens with the join table? Will it generate new relationship automatically? No, Isaac. You'll have to manage. You'll have to insert and create relationship. If you insert new students, new courses, and if you want to, obviously it will not automatically establish because this is something which you need control on, right? How will code determine which student has enrolled for which courses? That is something your classes does, right? Students decide which course they want to enroll, they pay for it, and classes guys then add their names into this table. So having it logical, like having it automatically won't fit the normal logic. That's why it's done manually. All right, let's move to the next hands-on. So we have implemented a unidirectional relationship. We have used many-to-many in course, and we have viewed the join table that was created. We have also customized the join table because we didn't like the name. We inserted data into the join table with data.sql. Let's write a join query to view the combined data of course and student. So I've written the queries here. When course is the owning side of the relationship, this is the big join query which you need to use. So we are selecting everything from course enrolled by students, student course, where course enrolled by student dot student ID equals to student table dot ID, and course enrolled by students dot course ID equals to course table dot ID. So from here we can determine, okay, Sam has enrolled for all the courses, which is Spring Boot JPA, Spring Boot AWS Utilities, Spring Boot PCF Cloud Deployment, and Hiran has only enrolled for Spring Boot JPA and Spring Boot AWS Utilities. So Hiran has not enrolled for Spring Boot PCF Cloud Deployment. So this is how we write join queries when we have join tables. And we have join tables when we have many-to-many kind of entity relationship mapping. Okay, is everyone clear with this?
Do you mind putting those two queries in the chat just so people can type them in? Yeah.
Isaac, I already answered. Tanmay, it will create custom table. I don't see any queries in chat.
No, I mean the two SQL queries.
Okay, okay. SQL
Yeah,
query.
yeah.
Where? In
The
chat?
ones that you just showed. Just put them in the chat so I could.
No,
you
it's
don't mind.
already there. No, it's here in the code that is provided to you.
I don't have it on my version actually. This is many to many, isn't it?
Yes, yes. It will be there. It is the like.
Oh,
if
it's yeah, got it. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, thank you. Got it.
So what is the use of unidirectional in many-to-many cases? Because logically it is converted to bidirectional only, right? Like one course can be enrolled by many students, one student can enroll in many courses.
Correct. That is why, in the start, I directly implemented bidirectional because I was thinking logically, not as a trainer. So that is why, by default, I'm also a developer, an engineer. So I implemented bidirectional. That's the correct way to do it. But first, I wanted to show you the concepts, right? We can also establish unidirectional.
Right.
Although it was
So
not making
what
any...
I wanted to know is, like, by implementing like this, is there any constraint on how we can add data in terms of one student, multiple courses, one course, multiple students? That is still possible, right? With this given
Yeah,
setup.
see, data addition is not a problem here because we have a joint table. But
Right.
inserting data is not a problem. When you have unidirectional relationship, what happens is you can fetch the other entity out of the owning entity, but not the vice versa.
Got it. Got it. Here it will break. Got it.
Correct. And the previous things which you had learned, like first you insert into non-owning, then you insert into owning, it doesn't apply here because we don't have a foreign key here. We don't have student ID in course. We have a separate join table in itself. So the sequence of inserting new courses and students doesn't matter anymore.
Got it, Samarth. Thank you so much.
Okay, also fetch course and its student details by using entity manager. This we have already done. We have fetched course, and out of course we have fetched student. So here we can see in the logs, we have fetched course details and we have fetched student details who have enrolled in this course. So student with course with ID 1 is Spring Boot JPA, and the students who have enrolled into Spring Boot JPA are Sam and Hiran. Let's move to the next hands-on. Implement unidirectional relationship. Make student the owning side of relationship. So basically, currently, who's the owner? Who's the owning side between course and student? Answers in the chat. Who's the current owner? Course. So I just need to do everything reverse now. I need to add the same things in student and remove from course. That is how I'll make this as the owning and that as not as the non-owning. So I've removed everything from here. I'll add these things over here. So I'm using this mapping annotation and customizing the table name, inserting. So since I've changed my join table also, I'll no longer have this join table because course is not the owner, student is the owner. So I'll have this join table, which is student enrolled courses, because that is what I'm naming it. And these are the column names that I've renamed it to. So I just need to reverse everything. So I've uncommented from here. I've commented here, I've uncommented from here. I have commented this course enrolled by students, uncommented student enrolled courses. This part remains the same. Just a join table has been changed. Let's view it. Before, when course was the owner, this was the join table name, course enrolled by students. Now student is the owner, so we'll see the student name first. Let's see if something is breaking. Yes. So since we have used mapping annotation in student, we can only fetch course out of student. It's a unidirectional relationship. We cannot fetch course, like we cannot fetch students out of course. Only one thing can be fetched out of other because it's unidirectional. Let's see what else is breaking in the code. Marked by, mapped by must not define database entity. Okay. So we have here used mapped by. We don't need to use mapped by. Let me comment this because we are establishing a unidirectional relationship. When we are establishing unidirectional relationship, we don't use mapped by attribute. Mapped by attribute is used in a bidirectional relationship to mark one entity as a non-owning side of the relationship in the bidirectional relationship. So we have made student as the non-owning side of the relation. Sorry, we have made student as the owning side, course as the non-owning side by using mapping annotation many to many in student and removing it from course. Okay, so this is clear, right? I know the terminology is a little complex, but it's not that difficult if you remember the rules. Hibernate will be at your fingertips, like how I remember the rules and I use it to code. Now let me refresh, reconnect. Now you can see I have only one join table, which is student enrolled courses and there is no foreign key in course, there is no foreign key in student. We have a separate join table. So the insertion sequence into course and student can be anything, it doesn't matter. In order to establish relationship, like which student has enrolled into which course or which courses have been enrolled by which student, we insert data into this join table. So once we have inserted data into this join table, so here we are saying student with ID 1 has enrolled into course with ID 1, student with ID 1 has enrolled into course with ID 2. So student with ID 1 is Sam, has enrolled into course with ID 1, which is Spring Boot JPA, has also enrolled into a course with ID 2, which is Spring Boot AWS Utilities. So this is how we are establishing relationship. And again, if you want to execute a join query, I've written the big join query here. You can simply copy from here, paste it, and execute it. So from here, you can say Sam has enrolled for all the 3 courses. Hiran has enrolled for these 2 courses. The query goes like this: select star from all the 3 tables, student enrolled courses, student course, where student enrolled courses dot student ID is equals to student dot student ID, and student enrolled courses dot course ID. So this dot course ID is equal to course dot ID. So is it clear to everyone? This part, at least the unidirectional relationship part is clear. But you need to remember the rules. If you want Hibernate to remain at your fingertips for lifelong, so that you can even code after many years in Hibernate, you need to remember the rules. So we have also customized the join table name, column names. We have inserted data into the join table, and we have written the join query. So this hands-on is also done. Now this is the hands-on which I performed mistakenly in the start, because this is logically correct to implement it in this way. So in this hands-on, we are going to implement bi-directional relationship. We are going to make student the owning side of the relationship. We're going to see the problems of 2 join table. We have already seen it, but again, I'll show you. We'll implement bad database design. I'll show you how it looks like on H2 console UI and its disadvantage. Then we'll fix the bad database design. We'll make student as the owning side of the bi-directional relationship between student and course. We'll insert and remove all the data from data.sql file as needed in the hands-on. We'll fetch student details from course and fetch course enrolled by student, like anything from anything, by using entity manager, because we'll be having bi-directional relationship. And that's the advantage of establishing bi-directional relationship. You can fetch anything out of anything. All right, let's get to the code. Let's implement bi-directional relationship. Let me close few things. Okay, let it be open. Let's close this one only. So I want to establish now bi-directional relationship. Currently, student is the owning side of the relationship. And currently in my application, I have a unidirectional relationship between student and course. So I want to establish now a bi-directional relationship. Let me keep it this way so that you'll have better readability. In order to establish bi-directional relationship, I need to use mapped by attribute mapping annotations over here also, and this. And I will also customize the join table, because that is how I'll insert data into it. I'm not using that default table name in the data.sql. That's why I've customized the table name and column names. Now, since both are trying to be the owner, student is also trying to be the owner, course is also trying to be the owner. Since I've used this mapping annotation in both the entity classes, both of them have turned into owning side of relationship. So in this case, you'll see like we have 2 join tables. So let me show you the 2 join tables. So you can see we have 2 join tables now. We can implement a bad database design in which we maintain data into both tables. If you do this, it can also lead to data inconsistency in your Office applications. Don't do it. I'm just demonstrating to demonstrate how does a bad database design looks like. So in order to implement bad database design, I'm inserting data into both the tables, both the joint tables. And the advantage of doing this is now I can execute both the queries to get the data. Now both queries will work because I have both the joint tables. Let me reconnect. So you can see I can execute both the queries to get the data. This is a bad database design because you should never maintain data in two places. There should be a central source of truth. So in order to do that, we need to remove one join table. And in order to remove one join table, we need to mark one entity as the owning side of relationship. So currently we want to mark, fix the bad database design by marking student as the owning side. So can you tell me where do I need to use the map by attribute if I want to make student the owning side of relationship? Answers in the chat. Correct, in the course. So this is how we are making student as the owning side and course as the non-owning side of the relationship. Also, if course is the non-owning side, that means it will not have the join table. So we need to remove these annotations from here, and we need to remove the insert statements which tries to insert data into now the non-owning, like a non-existing join table, because this table will not exist. Only student is the owning side, so students join table will exist. Non-owning side join table will be removed. Now we can refresh, connect. Now you can see we have only one join table. So we have fixed the bad database design by marking one side as the owning side of the relationship in the bidirectional relationship between course and student. Yeah, also let's fetch student details from course. Since we have bidirectional relationship now, we can fetch anything out of anything. So we can fetch course out of students, and we can also fetch student out of courses. So you can see I'm able to fetch anything out of anything. I'm able to fetch student details, and out of student details, course details, and I'm able to fetch course details, and out of course details, the students who have enrolled for that course. If everyone is clear with this, you can write clear in the chat. And if anyone has doubts, if you have not understood Hibernate or any part of it, you can ask your doubts, because with this hands-on, we have covered all the 3 mapping annotations in Hibernate and the entire Hibernate module. All right, before we go to next one, if any doubts, you can unmute and ask. I'm giving you 2 minutes for asking your questions. Okay, with this, okay. No, we are not going to cover cascades. This was all about Hibernate, just the mapping annotations and the fetch type. And some additional things which you saw, like customizing join table names, inserting data. Any questions in regards with what you have learned?
Can we just see that slide again of statement of what we've done? Yeah, that's great. Thanks. And the last, the summary slide. Yeah.
Yeah, we have covered these 3 modules.
Excellent.
And these things, again, like it got automatically covered. This, at least we had used this. Okay, we'll take a break, but before we go to break, votes for what you want to learn next. I think AOP was the most voted after Hibernate. So after the break, do you want to learn AOP or like Spring Security or Spring Cloud part? Let's take a.
For that, sorry to interrupt, but can you quickly give this glimpse of named query and named queries if you have?
No, this is actually, I've not created content on this. I had added before, like in previous last year, it was 4 days, right? So in that, maybe I had the content, but right now I don't have the content.
Okay, no problem. Okay. Actually, I saw that, so that's why I thought I missed it. So
yeah, I also forgot to remove it for this year because last year it was 4-day training. So I had 2 days for fundamental, 2 days for advanced. So it was a lot of time. But this year it's just 2 days training. So in 2 days, first day is fundamental and microstream part, and next day is the advanced part. All right. What is aspect-oriented programming? So what is AOP? AOP stands for aspect-oriented programming, and it deals with aspects. So what is aspect? So aspect is nothing but a cross-cutting concerns. So basically we have aspect methods inside our aspect class. Don't worry, when we'll start the practicals, you'll understand it. Basically, you use AOP for separating the cross-cutting concerns into a separate class. So currently what you are aware about is like having your loggers, your transaction management, your auditing, or any other thing that you want to do inside your service class. So by using AOP framework, you learn how you can separate it to and separate class and apply it to the classes of your choice, or choose where you want to apply those aspects. So that's the power of AOP. Yesterday, the exception handler that you studied is also built using AOP. So once you learn AOP, you can build powerful functionalities and libraries like that. So let's understand the terms aspect. So aspect is nothing, it's a class which has the cross-cutting concern logic. Advice is again nothing, it's just methods inside the aspect class. So the methods that we have inside the aspect class are called advices, and it is having the actual cross-cutting concern logic implementation code inside it. For logging, we can say it is the code for logging logic, or we can say it's a method inside the aspect class. Point cut. So basically, after creating your advice method, you have to select where you want to apply this advice on, or where you want to apply this cross-cutting concern logic on. That you do with help of point cut. So this helps in selecting the business logic method or class, or we can say the business class, where you want to apply your join point. What is a join point? This is a place in a code where cross-cutting concern can be applied, or we can say it's a combination of point cut and advices. So it's a bridge between point cut and advices. So it's basically your bridge between your business logic and your cross-cutting concern. Now let me give you a walkthrough of a provided employee management system on which we are going to use AOP on. So this is the project Spring Boot AOP. We'll start with the POM file. We are using 2.5.6 Spring Boot version, JDK 8. Libraries, the dependencies that we are using is JPA, Web, DevTools, H2, Lombok, and Swagger. This is the main class, Spring Boot AOP application, a simple looking main class. This aspect class, let me just comment this out for now. These methods will uncomment as you learn it. Let's keep this. Let's just comment the advices. So this is your aspect class, and these methods that you see are your advice methods, which we are going to uncomment as we learn the individual advice and what we can do by using that advice. This is the Swagger config class. It has the base controller package name here. Not the base control, basically your controller package name here. So this is our controller package. It has our controller classes. It has an audit controller, which has a get API logs, and it has an employee controller, which has this post API, add employee, put API, update employee, get employee by ID, delete employee by ID. You must be pretty much familiar with writing APIs since you attended yesterday's part. This is the employee entity class. It's an entity class, so we've annotated it with @entity. To define getter, setter, toString equals, hash code, required args, constructor, no args, all args. Builder design pattern, we have used Lombok Annotations. So it is giving us everything we need. An employee has an ID, an employee has a name. This is the audit log table because we are also going to see how we can build the auditing functionality by using AOP. In order to perform CRUD operations onto our audit log table, we have created audit repository. This is a JPA repository. And in order to perform CRUD operations onto our employee table, we have created employee repository. Again, it's a JPA repository. Then we have the employee service and employee service IMPL. And here you can see the business logic. So this is our business logic, add employee. This is our business logic. This is our business logic. So what all logic you see here or what all code you see in this class is our business logic. Now tell me one thing, if you want to add logging, like whenever you add a new employee, you want to add logging, how you do? You do it like this, right? You write your logger here and you say add employee. Started. You add your logic like this, correct? This is one way to do it. Let me see what went wrong here. Let me save this. Yeah, I forgot this. Okay. So add employee started. This is how you add your normal logging. So this is not the best way, because now let's say if you want to add logging, like add employee started, add employee ended, and similar logging for update employee, get employee by ID, delete employee by ID. So you can imagine how many lines of code you'll have to add. And tomorrow, let's say you add one more method, delete all employees. For that also, again, you'll have to add this logging statements, correct? That's the way you are familiar with. Right? That is how you do it right now, right? If yes, you can write yes. If you do it in some other way, you can mention that way. Okay, so majority of you do this way. So this is not really a best way. I'm going to teach you how you can use AOP and separate out this cross-cutting concern logic of logging. This is a cross-cutting concern. Logging is one of the cross-cutting concern. And this logic is a cross-cutting concern logic, just a fancy word. This logging logic, we don't want to have it here. We want to have it in a different class. And we want to, this is a common logic. I just want to print the method name started, method name ended. It's a common logic for all the methods. I don't want to have so much code, so I can use AOP. So that is what we are going to do with AOP. So as part of the functionality, let me show you this. So you are familiar with the code. Let me show you the functionality on Swagger UI also, just to show you the APIs and all. Then we'll begin with the advices. We are going to separate out these logging logic to a separate aspect class. So this application, okay, it's still starting. It is starting on port 8080. It has started, it took 17 seconds. Let's access Swagger UI. So we'll come to audit controller later on. Right now, our focus is on employee management system. So in our employee management system, we have these APIs. We can add a new employee. So let's say I'm adding a new employee, Samarth. So you can see employee added. I can get employee by ID. I can update employee. Let's say I want to change the name from Samarth to Sam. So I have changed my name, employee updated. I want to delete this employee. So I'll just pass the ID, employee deleted. So these are the APIs. That was the functionality walkthrough. And now let's start with the next one. This is a little theoretical topic first. So types of advices in Spring AOP. So there is a before advice. This advice runs before the selected method is executed. There is an after advice, as the name suggests. This advice always runs after the selected method is executed. For this advice, it does not matter if the method is returning a value or throwing an exception. It is always executed after execution of your business logic method. Then you have after returning. For this, it matters. So this advice runs only on successful execution of the selected method. What is the successful execution of the selected method? Successful execution means your business logic method, which is your service class method, is not throwing any exception. That's a successful execution. And unsuccessful execution means your business logic method, which is your service class method, is throwing some exception. So for that throwing some exception case, we use after throwing. So if you want to do something, if your business logic method is throwing some exception, then you use after throwing advice. This advice runs only after unsuccessful execution of your business logic method. Then you have around advice. This advice runs before and after the successful execution of the selected business logic method. You don't have any advice which will run before and after, irrespective of successful or unsuccessful. That's one drawback in AOP currently. So just wanted to highlight. Although interviewers are not that smart to identify and ask that, they just ask the simple, but I want you to know that. Okay, so getting started with the hands-on, let's create an aspect config class with the before advice method. So we are going to create this class and we are going to create a before advice method to log before all our business logic method executions. So basically we want to add this similar kind of a logging over here, like same way we want to add over here and for other methods, just showing an example. This is what you normally do. This is how you normally add, but there is a better way. And that better way is with AOP. So we don't need to add here. Let me close others. Open aspect config class. Let's learn the use of before advice. So since this is an aspect config class, it's a configuration class first of all. So it has been annotated with @configuration. And since specifically it's an aspect configuration class, we have marked it with @aspect. And for instantiating logger, we have used @slf4j Lombok logging annotation. And we have auto-wired the audit repository, which we don't need to right now. We have auto-wired the employee service so that we can use it below. It's just auto-wiring over here. We are not using it as of now. So let me remove this. This will use later on for auditing purpose. So here you can see this is my advice. This is my advice annotation @before advice. So this is my before advice, and this is the point cut expression. This is the point cut expression. It starts with execution. Then it is your access modifier. So I'm mentioning the access modifier as public. Return type star means it can be anything. Package name. So I'm selecting my business logic methods. So I want all the classes inside service IMPL package. Where is it? On the left side, if you see, here is the com.example.aop.service IMPL package. Then we have the dot class name. So by writing star, I'm selecting all classes inside this package. Currently I have one, so it will be selected. Dot method name, again I've selected star. Star means select all the methods inside this class. And then we have bracket dot dot. This means those methods can have any number of arguments. That's the meaning of this point cut expression. Has everyone understood the meaning of point cut expression? Any doubts with terms of point cut expression? So it is just selecting all the methods from this class basically to apply this advice on. I'll explain you this advice, but okay. Now you see the power of AOP, right? All right. So next is we are logging. So what we are doing is this join point, as I mentioned in the theoretical part, it's the bridge between our aspect and our business logic method. So using this, we are fetching our method name. So if this method will be executed, it will intercept, it will get that method name, add employee. Okay, so it will say add employee. So using this, we are getting that method name, add employee started. And if this method is executed, it will get this method name update employee. It will say update employee started. Any method in this class is executed, it will get its method name and it will log that method started. Let me demonstrate this. I believe I have DevTools, so let me just test it. Let's say I am adding an employee. So let me add this employee again, because last I remember I deleted it with delete API. So I've added this employee again, employee added, and here in the logs you can see add employee started. Now If I do update employee and I am changing the name to Sam, so here you can see employee updated, and in the logs, you can see update employee started. So you see, I don't need to add the log statements here. I don't need to add log statements to every method here. Rather, I can just write this advice and it will be it. And I'm selecting all the business logic methods inside this class, and it is getting applied to all those methods. So we are avoiding a lot of boilerplate code, and we are separating the cross-cutting concern logic also. Similarly, what will happen if I execute, let's say, get employee by ID? Will it print get employee by ID? What do you think? Yes or no in the chat? Correct, it will print it. So here you can see get employee by ID started. Similarly, delete employee by ID. So it will say delete employee by ID started. So AOP can be used for transaction management, logging, auditing, or anything that you can think of. You can design a new framework also with AOP. It's used for designing frameworks, like how you saw Spring Boot had designed that exception handler, right? We were using it yesterday. It's on you. It's a powerful utility which you can use to design libraries to do something for the developers, like to separate out logic, to do something specific.
So if we wanted just to consider two packages, how to do that?
Got your point. If there are two packages, you want to select two packages.
Yeah.
In that case, I think you need to pass a kind of a array. Let me see. I mean, you can definitely define two methods. That's the easy way. I mean, the way we can do with what we have learned right now, and give a different this like advice, different point cut expression to select your other package methods. But just seeing if we can define an array also. So one way I know right now is array. I'm not sure, but other way I know is like this. If you have some other package, let's say 2, so you can write it like this. Got it? In 1 also, if it is possible, you'll have to see, like, you'll have to probably define some array here. But I think it's a string, so array is not possible. It's not array, na? You see, value is a string. So I think this is only the way. You'll have to define two advices before advices.
Okay.
Before I thought there is array possible, but then I saw the return type. It's string only.
Sure.
String.
No problem.
Okay, so that is about before advice. And similarly, we can also add a after advice. As the name suggests, it will be executed after successful or unsuccessful execution of your business logic method. So I'm selecting all the methods inside this package class. So I'm selecting all classes inside service IMPL and all methods. So same point cut expression. So what I'm doing with this is I'm printing a particular method ended. So now I have before and after advice. So it will print, let's say if I add employee, it will print add employee started and add employee ended. Let me demonstrate. Did I delete the employee before? I think yes. So I've added the employee. It says add employee started, add employee ended. So this is the use of after advice. So has everyone understood the use of before and after advice? All right, cool. So next is, even to avoid the boilerplate code of writing two advices, use around advice. Here, only instead of using join point, we use preceding join point. I'll tell you what exactly it does. So we have this log before and after all methods, and here we are passing preceding join point, same point cut expression, selecting the same set of methods. and we are printing add employee. Let's say this is add employee, preceding join point, get signature, get name. So this is add employee started. Then when we do this dot proceed, that time it will actually execute your add employee method. So even before executing this line, it will print add employee started. When then it will like come to this, it will execute this proceeding join point proceed. Then it will execute this method, and irrespective of successful or unsuccessful execution of that method, it will print add employee ended. Let me demonstrate this. I have already added one employee. Let me add another employee, Sahil, and employee added. So here you can see add employee started, add employee ended. So instead of using to advice, you can use around advice. It will be executed before and it will be executed after your business logic method execution. And this is the middle point. Like on this line, when you say proceed, that time it actually executes your business logic method. So first it printed add employee started, then it executed the add employee method, and then it printed add employee ended. So is around advice also clear to everyone? Answers in the chat. All right. Now there is something called after returning. So it is executed only after successful execution of your logic. So, okay, this requires, okay, this is for auditing also. So I've not added the this logging logic here. I've added the auditing logic. So let me first explain with slides because it's a little different. So you have learned before advice, after advice, around advice. Before we proceed to that one, let's create an audit table and audit repository. So in order to create an audit table, we are defining an audit log entity class, which has ID as a primary column, and created date column and description column. And we are defining a JPA repository named audit repository to perform CRUD operations onto our audit log table. And we are auto wiring our audit repository in our employee service. Sorry, not over here. We're auto wiring this in aspect config so that we can add some audits when a particular method is executed. So we are adding some audit. By audit, what I mean, let's say when add employee is executed, I want to add an entry which employee was inserted into the employee table and when it was inserted. So for that, I've used this date table, which is basically giving me the created date when that employee was created in the system for the auditing purpose also. So here what I'm doing is, okay, I've created the table. I'm using H2, so that table will be there with these two fields. Now, when I'm using after returning, what I'm doing is here, see the point cut expression, it's different, it's not the same. So I'm selecting access modifier as public, any return type, package as the same package. Class, now I'm not specifying star here, I'm not selecting all classes, I'm just selecting this particular class and one particular method inside that class, which is add employee. And also I'm saying that add employee can have any number of arguments to keep it simple. And then log before add employee started join point only here. Only preceding join point is only there in around advice. You need to remember this. Join point is there in the other advices. The next thing I'm doing is I'm adding an entry. So as soon if anybody adds a new employee and if this method is executed, what will happen is it will add an entry in the audit log table. So in the audit log table, you can see I've used the builder design pattern here. I'm adding the date and details of the employee added when he was added. So that's the details I'm adding. So now let me show this in action. So let's say I'm adding an employee. Let's say I'm adding employee with ID 3, name as Akshay. So I've added a new employee. And let me show the audit log table. So this is the audit controller. Try it out, execute. So here you can see it has catched the audit entry. So this is the auditing functionality. Now someone had asked me yesterday, can we also have can we count the number of execution of a particular API? Is that student there in today's session who had asked it? Like, are you there?
Yeah, it's me, Amod.
Okay. So Amod, you can do that by writing a point cut expression to select your controller class and your add employee, and you can write the logic in your aspect config class. So similar logic, okay, after returning. So you can write a similar logic. I'm just trying to show you what you can do with that. So it's in this package. So you'll have to select this package. It's this package, and the class and your method. Okay, it's there. And yeah, change the controller. Like, you'll have to write your own custom logic here. Log before, it's not no more longer log. It is also not log. This is auditing. This should be audit employee entry. Audit add employee. Yeah, just this much. And this will keep as, this is also not log. Let's say count count add employee API execution. So I'm selecting that method from that controller. And the next thing I'll do is yeah, you need to count, right? How many times add employee was executed. So you need to maintain the count. You can maintain the count in the database table. Actually, you will have to define a new table, but for now I'm doing a shortcut. Okay, that's the correct way to maintain the count in the database table. So instead of this, you can do count plus plus. Yeah. Or let me put it more simple. Count plus count. This is what you can do right now. I mean, this is not exactly, but you can maintain the count in the database, because application will restart, you lose the count if you do it like this. But this is just, I'm just showing an easy example right now. Okay.
Got it.
The good way is to save in the database. Now let's try to add employee. Oh, sorry. Add employee. So I can see the count 1. Count 2. So you can maintain this count in the database. Does that answers your question? You can like build another audit log kind of a thing and add an entry there.
Got it. This is cool. Thank you.
Okay, I'm deleting this because just commenting this because it's not part of today's session, but just you asked this question, so I thought, how about I build this functionality and show you. Okay, coming to the next one, audit log is done. After returning is done. So everyone is clear, right? What this after returning does. Is everyone clear? Isaac, that count was just a question asked by Amod, so I thought to demonstrate, although it was not part of the course, but I remembered his question from yesterday. So I thought, how about I try to build it right now? So there are many things you can do with AOP. This is one of the thing. Okay, so after returning is done, let's see after throwing. This is a unique use case after throwing. So for after throwing, we are selecting update employee method because this is the method where we can throw. So what we are doing is first we are checking the employee that we are trying to update exists or not. If he exists, if he or she exists, update it, else throw an runtime exception saying there is no employee with ID, with the provided ID. So since we are adding this after throwing, what it will do is, you can see it is first using this join point to get the argument. So here we are getting the method argument. So we are actually getting this employee and we are adding a audit report. Okay, so what we are doing is we are adding an entry into our audit log table with the date, and we are saving the audit entry. Like if there is an error while updating an employee, if someone tries to exploit the functionality of your update API and tries to insert a non-existing employee with this, if some hacker tries that, that will be audited and you can take the appropriate action. So how it will be audited is because as soon as this advice is thrown, like after throwing, as soon as this exception is thrown, this advice is executed, and in this advice you can see like I'm adding an entry error while updating employee since there is no employee with ID, and I'm just updating this, and this is this employee, like this is the employee which was attempted to be inserted. So this is the power of using after throwing. Let me show you how it is done. So let's try to insert a non-existing employee. Let's try to insert Aaron. So let's try to insert employee with ID 10 and Aaron with update employee. Let's say I'm a hacker, I'm trying to exploit this functionality, and here I'm seeing an exception, and same will be added in the audit log table. So if I execute this audit log table, here you'll see error while updating employee since there is no employee with ID 10. So it entry has been added in the audit log table, so that we can be aware if someone tries to exploit the functionalities by trying to exploit the edge cases of our APIs. So is this clear to everyone? So with this, we have completed the AOP. This was the last advice, after throwing advice. This is nothing, just create the controller and the API, which we have already done. So I didn't explain this much because you understand it now. Just building this log so that I don't need to log into the database and see the audit log table. Rather, I can execute my logs, get API, and see the logs. Okay, if everyone is clear with AOP, you can write clear in the chat. We'll take a 1 hour lunch break, and then we'll continue with the remaining 2 topics. Is everyone clear? Next, which one you want to learn first? Spring Security or Cloud Modules? You can write your answer in the chat. Whichever I'll see majorly, I'll choose that one first. So before we start with the hands-on, let's understand what you're going to learn today. And basically, let's understand security. So let's understand the place of Spring Security in the domain of security in computer science. So what are the different layers of security? So different layers of security are hardware security, like physically securing and uniquely identifying your trusted systems. Next is the network security. So this deals with firewalls and transport layer security. Basically, you have your VPNs in your office and you have some kind of firewall setup, which restricts you to access certain websites or restrict some blacklisted websites to keep your network safe. Then is the operating level security. So we have the user access control here and software restrictions. So generally in office, we have the operating system security installed on our laptops or on our computers because they don't want us to download some proprietary software or download some unwanted software. So they restrict access. So that's the user access control, what you can do in the OS in your system. And operating system security also deals with application security. And when we talk about application security, that is where Spring Security comes into picture. So what is application security? Application security means focus on good coding practices, properly handle your data, and application user access control. So more specifically, this is the place. This is the place where Spring Security comes into the picture. So by using Spring Security, we are going to ensure that we have proper authentication and authorization on our Spring Boot APIs. So what is Spring Security? So Spring Security is a framework, or you can say a library or a dependency which is added to POM file. And it helps us to secure our applications, like have authentication and authorization for our APIs. It helps to secure enterprise applications and internet facing application, provides authentication. Authentication means who can access, provides authorization. Authorization means what the authenticated user can access. So that are the basic fundamentals of Spring Security. Now let's understand some basic terminologies in Spring Security. So the key terminologies in Spring Security are authentication. Authentication means the person who has the correct credentials will be able to authenticate himself and access your system. Authorization means what the authenticated user can access. Principal means currently signed in user is called as principal. Granted authority means what authorization basically your currently signed in user has. Roles are nothing but you can create roles and define permission for that roles and add users to that roles. So those users will automatically get the permissions set at the role level. So it's basically grouping of users and assigning them role. Type of authentication. Different types of authentication are knowledge-based authentication. This is a typical username password authentication. Possession-based authentication. So in your office, sometimes you get RSA token, and nowadays we use Google Authenticator, right? So we have the tokens, OTPs getting generated there every 30-60 seconds, depending upon the configuration. So that is nothing but a possession-based authentication. You have the possession of your phone where you have configured OTP generation, and it keeps generating the 6-digit number, which you can use to authenticate yourself. There is something called multi-factor authentication, in which first you authenticate using username, password, then you enter your possession-based OTP, and you authenticate to the system. So this is what is recommended nowadays everywhere. We enable multi-factor authentication so that hackers cannot hack our accounts, especially Facebook, Twitter. So I recommend like just use multi-factor authentication. It's the most safest one. So let's understand filters in Spring Security. So you can imagine we have some e-commerce application where we have a check inventory and view inventory API. With check inventory, we can check inventory by ID, whether let's say apple, bread, banana, whether they exist or not by their respective IDs. With view inventory, we can view all the inventories that we have, like what all food items we have in our e-commerce application or store. And let's say this API request comes in. So we have this different Spring Security filters here. So this API request, before they can access your APIs, need to go through this Spring Security filters. So when it goes here to the Spring filters, what it does, the security filters authenticates the user and then checks the authorization, whether he's allowed to check inventory or not. If he's not allowed, this filter itself returns forbidden. And if he's allowed, it delegates the request to the check inventory, gets a response, and through it returns a response back to the client. Your client can be a browser. Now let's start with the hands-on. I'll provide you first the walkthrough of the provided Spring Boot project. So this is the project Spring Boot Security. Always will start with the POM file. We are using 2.5.6 Spring Boot version, JDK 8. Dependencies, JPA, Web, H2, Lombok, Swagger dependencies, and security dependency. Let me first comment out the security dependency. Let me show you the basic functionalities first, then I'll uncomment that. Let me also comment out this class. let me comment out with this method. This is much better. Okay. Next is, yeah. So let me give you the walkthrough of the packages here. So very first thing, let me show you. We have again here used H2 database. We have enabled the H2 console UI. We are using data.sql to load some data. So we are loading some inventory. We are loading chips, hide and seek biscuit, apple, banana, bandage, chips again, and 1 kg salt packet. Let me remove this duplicate chips. Then we are inserting some employees. We have these 5 employees: Raman Hari, Sahil Shah, Akshay Shaligram, Akshata Joshi, Suchita Roy. Then this is the yearly financial report table. So in 2019, we are saying, okay, this much was the revenue, this was the net profit, and the other details. Let me show you the column names. This way you will not understand that. So for that, let's see the entity classes. So since this is an entity class, we have annotated it with @entity, and this is the primary key. Since it's annotated with @primary, Lombok Annotations, @data, builder, no args, all args. One thing to note here is if you're using the latest version of Spring Boot, I have migrated this project, which is again available inside my Git repo. Like you'll just have to go to my GitHub, search for Spring Boot. Yeah, here it is. Spring Boot 2.7.2. One thing to note is you can get from here. I've shared the link yesterday. I'll share it again. One thing to note is in the latest version, I observed this, you cannot have the column name as year. So I had to change it to financial year or something. So it was having some internal conflict and I observed it. So I had to change it. So just informing, like these are the minor changes which you'll face when you'll migrate your old application versions to a latest one. And definitely with the latest version, you cannot use Spring Fox. So I had to implement Spring Doc. But here we are using 2.5.6, not the latest one, which is 2.7.2. So we don't have to worry about all of that. This is also among the latest, just few months back. That is the very latest 2.7.2. All right. So next is these things will comment, uncomment as we go through different sessions in this course. And this is your normal Spring Fox Swagger config file. We have a home controller which returns welcome. This is the retail store controller, and this is a prefixed API. So we are adding this prefix organic veggies for all our API. And we have the get API, check inventory, get API, view inventory, post API, make announcement if you want to make a discount announcement. To view the financials of the store, we can use view financials. To do a checkout, we can use do checkout. And these are the repositories: JPA repositories, employee repository to perform CRUD operations on employee table, inventory details repository to perform CRUD operations onto inventory details table, yearly financial report repository to perform CRUD operations on yearly financial report table. And this is the service interface. This is the concrete implementing classes, which has all the business logic. So you can see I've auto-wired all the JPA repositories. To check whether inventory exists, I'm using the JPA method, exists by ID. Similarly, for view inventory, I've done this. For making an announcement, I'm just returning a string, discount whatever has been passed off. So 50% off, 60% off, that way. And for viewing the financials, I'm using the yearly financial report repository and using find all JPA method, which will return me the 2 rows that I have in my yearly financial report table. And for checkout, I'm just returning a string mentioning fake checkout. Now that I've given you the functionality walkthrough, given you the code walkthrough, it's time for you to have the functionality walkthrough. So let me start the application and close all the tabs because there are too many tabs. One thing to notice, after you add the Spring Security dependency, what I've observed is the uptime is more. Like right now you can see it's 16 seconds. After adding, the uptime increases. I've noticed that. One more thing is I've not used DevTools here. Reason being, if you add DevTools to this, you'll not be able to understand because there will be some caching issues. For the teaching purpose, I've removed DevTools from here because I don't want to confuse you with the caching issues that can happen. Your browser caches the credentials of Spring Security, and we are going to rapidly change it as we are going to implement Spring Security. So our application has started on port 8080. Let's access the Swagger UI. So these are the APIs. We have the home controller. We can execute, it returns this. You can also execute plain this. You'll see this appears like this. It's HTML getting rendered. Then we have the retail store controller. We can check inventory by ID. Let's see if we have an inventory with ID 1. It says true. Let's do checkout. It will return fake checkout. Let's make an announcement of 100% discount. Here you can see 100% off. Let's view the financials of the company. So we can see the financials. After financials, let's view inventory. Here is the inventory. We have these things. We have chips, hide and seek, apple, banana. Also on Swagger, we can view the models, or we can say the entity classes. So we can see the two over here. Okay, so next thing is, yeah. So this is the functionality. We also have the H2 database. So we can access that also. Let's change the credentials. Let's pick the credentials from property file. So this database name is veggiesdb. Username is admin. There is no password. So here you can see we have these three tables. We have employee table with ID, monthly salary, name. We have inventory details table with ID, item name, number of items available, price. We have yearly financial report table. Let's see the data in all the tables. So in the employee table, we can see these are the employees and these are their monthly salaries. And in the inventory details table, we can see these are the inventories. This is the number of chips available. We have 200 chips packets and price of each packet is 10 rupees. Then we have the yearly financial report. We can see the material cost is this much, net profit is this much, net revenue is this much for 2019. In 2020, net profit came down because of the COVID. So it's half the 2019 amount. That's the story of the application. Let's get into the functionality now. So what are the different implementations of Spring Security and what we will cover in this course? So in this course, we are going to learn form-based security. The other implementation is token-based security. That is something which we are not going to cover in today's course. So our focus will only be on form-based security. Let's perform the first hands-on. Let's inject the Spring Security dependency in the POM file, and I'll demo the default Spring Security implementation. So what Spring Security's default behavior is, we'll see that. We are going to inject the Spring Security dependency in the POM, and I'll demo the default Spring Security implementation by logging into the form that will appear and logging out of that form, logging out of the application, and the default created so we'll have a default created username, and the username will be user for the default created user. We'll see this, don't worry. So what Spring Security default behavior is, it adds mandatory authentication for URLs, it adds login form, it adds login error, it adds logout form, it creates a default user whose username is user, and sets a default password which gets printed into the console. So let's see all of this. Let's terminate the application. Let's first add the Spring Security dependency. So we have added the Spring Security dependency. It is Spring Boot Starter Security. Let's start the application. In order to avoid caching issues, I think it's best to use incognito browser. Let's try to access Swagger on application start. Now that we have implemented security, let's see if we are able to sign in. So you see, by default, it redirected me to the login page and I need to log in. And the default username is user and the password is printed in the console. You need to copy this, paste it here. Now, what if I enter a wrong password? I'm entering anything. You see, it's having an error page which displays bad credentials here. Now let's enter the correct one. So we have successfully logged into our Swagger UI. How do we log out? So in order to log out, I need to use this URL. And this button will appear. I need to click this button and it has redirected me to the login page and it's printing you have been signed out. So this is the thing, like it adds mandatory authentication for all URLs. We saw it added authentication for Swagger. It added login form. It could handle errors. It adds a logout form. It creates a default user and a default password. Now, if I don't want that default user and default password, so I'm going to disable it. So basically you are just disabling the Spring Security itself. How do you disable Spring Security? These are the two properties. You can just copy paste it into your code to disable the Spring Security. So this way you are not loading the main Spring Security files. So you will not have Spring Security. So this is how you remove Spring Security even after adding dependency. As I had mentioned before, application uptime increases, but right now it's coming less, 13 seconds. But generally I've observed like majorly the application uptime increases. Maybe it will increase when we'll add more security configuration. Okay, so now that we have disabled Spring Security, I think there should be no problem with accessing Swagger UI. And we can see we are able to access. So this is how you remove Spring Security even after adding the dependency. Now I want to customize the login username and password. So there is a property that you can use to have a custom username and password, but we need to enable Spring Security. That means we cannot exclude the main classes. And by using this property, spring.security.user.name and username will be Samarth, and spring.security.user.password and password will be admin. So this will be my credentials for accessing my APIs. So these are the credentials I need to use in the login form that will appear. So let's start the application. So hey, hello folks. Am I audible?
Yeah, no. Okay.
Yes.
Actually, I think my Zoom got restart. So till what point you guys could hear? Till this
Till
point?
there, like when you were able to, when you were going to start the application. Like you just said, I'm
Okay.
going to start the application. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then it's fine. Okay. Okay.
Also, Samar, there is a question on the chat. Would all routes take you to the login page with form security enabled?
Let me see the question. Actually, I'm not seeing the question.
Yeah, actually, maybe your got restarted when the Ben posted the question.
Can you post it
So
again?
yeah,
So which all routes? It's like by default, any API you execute, if you have not logged in, it will redirect you to the login page. All routes will take you to there unless you log in. If you want to manually log in, you can just enter this login. Like, let's say if you try to access, Swagger UI, you have not currently signed in. So you see, it has redirected me to the login page. So all routes will take me over here. That's the point. Now let's log in. Is this clear, Ben? All routes will take me here unless I log in. Yes, all routes would take me here. All right, let me enter the credentials. Username is Samarth and password is admin. So you can see I'm getting this forbidden error because I've made a spelling mistake here. Let me correct it. So I'm successfully logged into my application with my custom set username and password. Next is customizing. Okay, this is done. Next is customizing the login username and password by creating Spring Security configuration file. So what we are going to do now is we're going to create a Spring Security configuration class to create in-memory authentication username, password, and role. We are going to create a username Samarth, password for that user will be Samarth, and role will be store owner. Then we will see the following exception, and it's fixed by defining a password encoder. So by default, we have to define a password encoder. If we go by the file approach and with in-memory authentication, and there is no password encoder. Okay, so this is the error name. This is the exception which we'll see in the code. Like illegal argument exception, there is no password encoder mapped for the ID null. So we'll see the fix for it also. So very first thing, let's terminate the application. Let's open Spring Security within memory.java, and let's uncomment this. So this is for in-memory authentication. Since this is the configuration class, the very first thing we have done is, since it's a security configuration class, we have annotated it with enable web security, and this class extends web security configurer adapter. With the latest version 2.7.2, they have even removed the need for using this. They have given more helper methods. So this is the blogs. So so one of the student reached out to me on LinkedIn. I shared with her. If other folks want, I'm not able to share this on chat. You can just reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'll share this link with you. So let me share this one at least. This is a blog which shows how you can implement the same thing without extending that class. I've shared the link in the chat. This is something which we are not going to try today, but this is something which you should, after learning this, try this out. What's mentioned here, like without extending this, we can also do the same thing with the latest version. So you'll have to use the latest version 2.7.2, and that blog will show you how. So coming back to the in-memory authentication, here this class name is security configuration within memory, and we are extending the web security configurer adapter, and we are overriding this configure method, which takes authentication manager builder. And here for the very first thing that we want to do is we want to build in-memory authentication. Let me remove this for now and comment this. Okay, so very first thing, we want to build two users, Samarth and Rohan. So we are building user Samarth with password Samarth, role as store owner. And we are building another user Rohan with password Rohan, role as store clerk. So this is how we are building users. We have built two users and we have built two roles. So So we have defined our users and roles. And let's say we have not defined this. Now that we have two users, let's see if we can log in with this users. Let's first of all try to start the application. Application start will only fail because there is one thing which you have to do, which I'll show you after showing the problem. It seems application start passes, but when we try to log in, it will fail. Let's try to log in. Let's try to log in with Samarth. So username and password both are Samarth. So you see nothing has happened. And here I'm getting an exception also. So this was the exception that I was talking about. Illegal argument exception. There is no password encoder map for the ID null. So we need to mandatorily define a bean, which is nothing but a configuration, and define a password encoder. So this password encoder is deprecated. That's why you see yellow and this what do we say, strike line over here. So it's deprecated because no ops password encoder get instance mean it's not really a password encoder, just for a namesake password encoder, so that we can bluff the application that we are encoding and saving our password in the memory. I'll teach you the other encoder also, but right now just stick with this one. I'll show you the Bcrypt password encoder when we'll move to the security configuration with JDBC. So right now we are using no ops password encoder here. Basically, we are just saving the plain text password in the memory, which is not a good practice at all. Now that we have added it, let's start the application again. Let's try to sign in now. It seemed application had not started. Let me refresh. Let me re-enter. Okay, you can see it has redirected me to the home page and I can see welcome here. That means I've successfully authenticated with user Samarth. Now let's log out. Let's authenticate with Rohan. Let's sign in with Rohan. So I've signed in with Rohan. Let's sign out. So this is how you can authenticate with different users, and you can add different users. You can have parallel sessions also. By parallel sessions, what I mean is, let's say here I'm authenticating with Samarth. I'll have one more incognito. Where, okay, 1 minute. I think it has kept the incognito as one session in itself. Let's try here. This time let's go by the login route only. And let's log in with Rohan here. So we can have concurrent sessions also. Each session will be treated as a single thread. So you can see here I've authenticated with Samarth, here I've authenticated with Rohan. That means parallelly people can access this application and log into the application from their laptops after deploying this application. Okay, so we have done this hands-on. We have customized a username, password. Also, we have seen this error and its fix. We have also done this hands-on. We have created another login username, password, Rohan, and the role that Rohan has is store clerk. And we have seen how we can switch between multiple users, how we can log in, log out, how we can have concurrent sessions also. Next is issue with H2 console UI access and its fix. Since you are aware that H2 console has its own login, so there is a problem with the default login. Let me again use incognito to avoid any caching issues. So let's use H2 console. Okay, so you see it has redirected me to this login page. So let's first log in. Let's log in with Samarth. Right now we have just created authentication. We have not configured authorization. Okay. So here we know like there is no password. Username is admin. Let's see. Yeah, over here in the properties. Yes, so username is admin. There is no password, and the URL is veggiesdb. Correct. Let's try to connect, and it says forbidden. That is because it will not work as H2 has its own authentication. So we need to disable Spring Security onto H2. How do we disable Spring Security onto H2? Is basically we need to add this override method. We need to override this configure method from web security configurer adapter, which takes web security as an argument. And we need to use this code dot ignoring ant matchers, ignore the URL, which is H2 console / anything after this. This double star is a wildcard character, means any path after this. So ignore H2 console and any path after that which is created. Now that we have added this, let's start the application again. Okay, so we have ignored this. Let's try to access H2 again. First of all, we'll again have to, I think, log in. Let's log in with Samarth. Let's go to H2 console. Let's try to connect. So now you see I'm able to connect to my database. So this is the code you need to do. If some library has its own authentication, you need to ignore Spring Security onto that and avoid the problems. So I've shown you the fix which you can use, not just for H2, but for any other library you find a similar problem with. Now let's see encryption algorithm, decrypt and storing in memory. So, okay, so although we are going to encrypt the password, but you won't be able to see the encrypted password because it's stored in the memory. You'll be able to see the encrypted password when we'll move to the JDBC part, like storing the username, password, roles in the database table. Let's comment this out for now. Let's uncomment this. So when we create this password encoder, like password encoder factories dot create delegating password encoder, it creates a bcrypt kind of a password encoder. And what we are doing is we are using this encoder and encode method to encode our password and save it in the memory. So we are encoding our passwords and we are storing in the memory. So this will again work. Let's try this out. And bcrypt is a one-way password encoder. That means passwords encoded with bcrypt cannot be decrypted back. So you should remember the password. If you forget the password, you have to reset it. You cannot crack the password. There is no mechanism to crack a bcrypt password. Only one kind of a dictionary attack I can think of writing in order to crack a bcrypt password is I'll have to encrypt all words and compare the two encrypted passwords. And if the two encrypted hashes match, that means my password is that non-encrypted piece of the initial encrypted word that I did. Like you'll have to encrypt Samarth and compare the two encrypted passwords. That's the mechanism you'll have to use if you're thinking of writing a dictionary attack for cracking a bcrypt kind of encryption. So our application has started. Let's go here. Let's try to access Samarth. Okay, it says bad credentials. Let's see what has gone wrong. I think I made a spelling mistake or some extra space got copied. Let me copy from here. Again, it says bad credentials. Yeah, let me remove this. I think this is some conflict because here we have an encoder and here we have the bean. Let's start it again. We can have only one encoder, so we are already having this encryption, so we don't need this bean. Let's try to refresh first. Let's refresh. Let's open a new tab if there is some caching issue. And also close this previous tab. Open a complete new tab. Let's go with the proper root login. Let's try to log in now. And it's working. So sometimes you might end up when you're writing the code with some caching issues, and you saw one of the caching issue just now. It was saying bad credentials. So browser had cached some of my, I think, Rohan's or some credentials that happened. And also you cannot have two password encoders. So here we have defined one password encoder. So you need to remove the other namesake password encoder. So what is Bcrypt? Bcrypt is a type of a password encoder. On this line, when we created a password encoder with create delegating password encoder, it creates a password encoder of type Bcrypt. And Bcrypt is also known as one-way encoder. Encoded passwords cannot be decoded back to the original password. Implementing Bcrypt for encrypting password. So we have seen this by default with no ops password encoder. Password is stored as plain text in memory, and we cannot see the memory unless we download the heap and we analyze the heap. Heap dump, and which it also compromises security, because if someone gets your heap dump, hackers have all the time to hack your application. So they'll analyze your heap dump and extract the password. So you have seen how you can encrypt and store your password by creating a password encoder and encrypting it and storing it in the memory. Any doubts so far before we go to the JDBC based authentication? If everyone is clear so far, you can write clear in the chat. I'll move to the building JDBC based authentication. See, Isaac, it's a choice. In memory, no one will use. In memory is just for learning purpose. Main thing in office, if you'll do JDBC only. Just to keep the complexity low, I had to first show the in memory to build your basics. Now I'll show the advanced. That is the approach I use in my course. Like I go from the basics to intermediate to advanced. All right, let's uncomment this and let's comment this. Let's terminate. So as part of this hands-on, we want to build JDBC based authentication with H2 database as data source with default schema and with username, password, and their roles. We want to create same users, Samarth and Rohan, and same roles, store owner, store clerk, and we like the roles and users which we had in memory authentication. We are going to use the same users, roles, and passwords. And we're going to verify our changes by logging into the H2 database. Now, since we're going to build some default schema, we'll have some default created tables which we can see, in which our username, password, and roles will be stored. So let's close this class. Since again, this class is a Spring Security class, it has been annotated with enable web security. It extends the web security configurer adapter. And we have auto-wired the data source. When you auto-wire the data source, you automatically get access because of this data source to your H2 console, H2 database. And we have used it below. And we are overriding the configure method, which takes authentication manager builder. And this time the difference is instead of doing in-memory authentication, we are doing JDBC based authentication. And data source is our H2 database, where our username, password, roles will be stored. And how we are defining the schema, we are using a ready-made option with default schema, and we are creating user. We are creating user with the username Samarth, password as Samarth. And for now, let me just remove the password encoder. Let me show you from basics to advanced. Also, let me remove authorization. Yeah, let's keep the bean because we need a bean. Here you can see I'm not using no ops password encoder. Rather, I'm using a bcrypt password encoder. This is another way of creating it. Before you learned another way, you learned this way, like you use inline way, password encoder, password encoder factories, create delegating password encoder. That's one way. This is another way. And we are ignoring string security onto H2 here also. All right, this looks good. So we are creating two users and we are not encrypting the password. First, I want to store the plain text password inside the database and show you how it looks like. So let's start the application. Okay, application has started. The very first thing we'll do is we need to log in. Let's log in with Samarth. Okay, again, I think some caching issue. Let me just open, close. Let me copy from here. Let's go to login. Let's go to logout. If some cached issue was there, so it will be logged out. Again, it says bad credentials. Let's see if it's a caching issue or some other issue. We had properly commented this class. And I see bcrypt password encoder. Okay, encoded password does not look like bcrypt. So it's identifying that the password is not encrypted with bcrypt. So that's why it's giving this error. In this case, I have one option. I can use no ops password encoder for now. Let me copy the name from here. Okay, it's like a singleton way, so it's not with new keyword. So we have created no ops password encoder just to get rid of the errors. Let's restart because you saw like it was able to find that I have defined a bcrypt password encoder, but I was not encrypting my password with that. Now I should be able to log in with Samarth. Let's wait for the application to start. Let's try now. So you can see I'm able to successfully log in now. So you need to define mandatorily a password encoder. I'm going to revert this, add the bcrypt password encoder here again. And let's, before I, restart the application, let me show you how this plain text password looks like. Because that's the whole purpose of me removing the decrypt password encoder. So now you see we have some additional tables. We have authorities, which has username and their role. We have users. So you can see we have these two users. And okay, so we have, okay, in users, we have just these two tables, authorities and users. In users, you can see I have the username and I have the password. So it's a plain text password. This is what I wanted to show you. So if you don't add any authentication, if you don't add any encryption, it will be stored as plain text password. It's not a good practice at all to store your passwords as plain text even in the database. So you should follow the best practice. You should encrypt and store your password. So here we have defined a bcrypt password encoder. There are different password encoders, and here we are encrypting and storing our password. So we are calling our get password encoder method, and this returns me a password encoder of type bcrypt password encoder. And we're using the encode method, which will encrypt this password and it will store it in the database. Now that I've added encryption, let me restart the application and show you how does encrypted password looks like in the database. Okay, let's refresh the connection. Now that passwords are encrypted, you can see this is how does bcrypt encrypted passwords look like. So Samarth when encrypted with bcrypt looks like this. Rohan when encrypted with bcrypt and bcrypt encoding this algorithm looks like this. Regarding salt and pepper, like if you want to add salt, you'll have to explore, like if it's offered by Spring Boot, if you can add some salt to your password, you'll have to explore that. I'm not aware about any out of the box functionality for this, for adding salt and pepper. So those of you who don't know what is salting basically means like this is the password, right, Samarth? So adding salt means I'll add something like this in the start and this in the end. That's called salting. Adding some salt, adding some random characters to your password so that no one can hack it. That's the salting. So is everyone clear with this so far, with the authentication mechanism? So you have learned in-memory authentication and JDBC-based authentication so far. If everyone is clear till here, okay. What about others? So we have seen this encrypting password with bcrypt and storing in H2. Next is the authorization part. Now that you are aware about authentication, let's add some authorization. We have two roles, two users. Let's add some authorization, and we have these APIs. So let's say store owner. Samarth is a store owner, so he should be able to access all the APIs. But Rohan is a store clerk, so he should not be able to access the financials of the company. He should not be able to make discount announcements, right? So in this case, we need to add the authorization. And this is how we add the authorization. We override the configure method of web security configure adapter, which takes HTTP security as an argument. And we first of all disable the cross-site request forgery. Otherwise, you won't be able to execute your post API. So this is something which you have to mandatorily do with the latest version of Spring Boot. In the initial versions, we didn't have to do it. So this is my third year I'm providing training for Microstream. In my 2020, I didn't have to use this CSRF, but from 21, I had to use it. Then we say authorize request ant matchers, and this is the URLs, view financials, make announcement. So I'm saying store owner should be able to access this too, and check inventory, view inventory, do checkout should be accessible by store owner as well as store clerk. And this default, which is the home page, which returns you welcome, should be accessible by everyone. And the type of login should be form login. So this is how you add the authentication. You go from the person who has the highest privilege, role which has the highest privilege, to the role which has the least privilege. Now that we have added the authorization, let's restart the application.
I think you've already mentioned that the web security configure adapter is deprecated, isn't it? In the
It's not deprecated. It's still there.
Okay.
Only a better option has been provided. Like
Yeah, better
you
option.
can
Yeah.
even extend also.
Excellent.
So that's a blog which I just saw 2 days ago. It's in the latest version, but I've not yet tried that out.
Yeah. Spring.
Yeah. So one functionality has been covered by that, but here you can see with this class overrides, we are covering a lot more functionality. So you'll have to see how these things are covered with that new approach.
Yeah.
Right.
But I
That
mean,
blog is
mostly
just demo.
we wouldn't come across that anyway, because we'd be on older Spring versions, wouldn't we? Usually, I suppose when we
In the older versions, you didn't even require this. There are many changes. Like since I've been teaching over the years, like more than 4 years now, I'm teaching Spring Boot, 4.5, I think. So what I've seen is like I've seen a lot of changes in the version to version. As I keep migrating my version to later versions, there are a lot
keeps
of
changing.
yeah. Every year some small change.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Okay, so we have added the authorization. Let's test this authorization now. So let's log in first with Samarth. Let's log in with Samarth. So Samarth should be able to view the financials of the company, and he should be able to access all the APIs. This was already executed. It returns welcome. He should be able to check out. And more importantly, he should be able to make announcement. Let's say 50% off. He should be able to view the financials of the company. And here you can see he's able to view the financials of the company. Now, Samarth should be able to access basically everything. So he should be able to view inventory also. So Samarth has complete full access to the system. Now let's log out of Samarth. Let's log in with Rohan. Rohan is a store clerk, so he should not be able to access the financials of the company. Let's see. So we can see it's returning forbidden. So Rohan is not able to sneak into the financials of the company. That's because we have implemented Spring Security. He should not be able to give a discount. Let's say Rohan has gone crazy. He's trying to give 100% discount. So he's getting forbidden. So he's not able to give 100% discount. So basically Rohan cannot access, make announcement and view financials, whereas Samarth can access all the APIs. So that is how you add authorization for your APIs. And with that, we complete Spring Security. Any doubts? Q&A time. I'm giving you 2 minutes. If you have any doubts, you can ask. Okay, I believe no doubts. If everyone is clear, you can write clear in the chat, and we'll move to the next one. I think today we'll finish early.
So this filter thing will come in token base, right?
Which one?
When we keep adding these filters, I mean, you haven't covered that, but I have. I mean, the token based thing.
No, that's not in the course, right? We're going to cover form-based security.
Form-based.
Tanmay, here we are dealing with API level security, not method level authorization. Can you use AOP for that? So AOP for what? In our CEO, right? Can you elaborate the question? Like, can you use AOP for what? Like,
I'm not really familiarized with AOP as I saw it before, but today was more it was the first time I saw it. But it looks like you can. I don't know how much of a sense this makes, but it looks like you can use AOP to check whether or not you can validate that user before executing a method. Although it doesn't make a lot of sense to allow a user access to this method.
Okay, got your point. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, yes, we can use AOP for providing method level authorization or authentication. Like from the request, we'll have to, but in that case, we'll not have these Spring users or Spring roles. We'll
Yeah.
have to define our own security mechanism.
Yeah,
in
thinking
which
it twice,
we'll
it
pass
doesn't make a lot of sense to allow users to access methods if they
Correct.
are not allowed. So at the beginning,
Correct.
yeah, okay, no, that's all right. Thank you.
So only way, yeah, correct. You're correct here. So only way our application is accessible to the outer world is via our APIs. So that's why we deal with security over APIs, API level security. For method level security, Spring Security is not for that. For that, you can use AOP and you can define your own security mechanism. But it doesn't make any sense to have that because although method level security is not needed, I mean, developers have full access and developers only access your methods. Your customers only access your APIs. They
I
don't
have
have
just
access to your code.
one question regarding this, because in here we have a user that is, I guess, internal concept in Spring Boot that we don't have to touch. It's just we say this is my username, this is my password, and we don't have to do anything else with user.
Mhm.
I try to play with Google API. I know this is out of the course. It's just a curiosity. Google authentication, and they have the concept of principal and so on. Is there any way we can, because I guess you can plug and unplug different technologies to use authentications, right? You can use Facebook authentication, GitHub authentication, and so on. Is there any way we can like talk about the user, how to, because I didn't fully understand how to plug and unplug different technologies.
Got it.
I understand
you
here.
want to have authentication like Google-based authentication, Facebook-based authentication for your Spring Boot, right? I think
Yes,
that
Spring
is
Boot. Yeah, it's not.
possible.
The
It's
problem is not.
possible.
Okay, no, it's not about authentication, more authorization, because when I tried, it was extremely difficult. The authentication was working, but defining roles, I don't know if it's our task or Google task.
Yeah, that even I have not explored, like authorization with that. Like currently we have this, right? We can sign in with like multi-factor authentication is there. It's with OAuth 2. Just trying to
Yeah,
find it's
that's the
in
one.
one of
That's
yes,
it.
OAuth 2. So I think you've used GCP. I had also builded one. So I had used GCP cloud for that. That enabled here's the code. So I had to use my GCP cloud account for this and sharing the code with everyone.
Thank you.
So yeah, this will enable like it has all the code, but the thing that you have to do, I think I've written in the notes. Your GCP account is needed and what you need to do on the account.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think JSON Web Token will solve the problem.
JWT.
JWT, yeah, because it will have the role, and then the bearer token can be
No, wait.
using EOP.
See, this form base is having user, token base is not having that. Token base is like with your token, there are some permissions associated with it. So you associate some permissions with the token and you generate the token and you share it. So whichever permissions you have given to the token, the user possessing that token will have the same permissions because he'll be using that token in his API request. That's a JWT token.
Yeah, but to generate the token, you'll have to hit up an identity server, something like Amazon Cognito, where the user will generate authenticate himself, and then you can have a JWT token with for that user with an elevated role. And then that bearer token, JWT token, as a bearer token in the API, we can intercept using AOP, and then we can decrypt it and then find out if that is correct.
Correct. Yeah, that's one way to go about it. Correct. So you'll have to use some identity server or token generator. I mean, there are more ways. So there are some Spring Cloud ways. There are some cloud-based ways because these cloud providers are also providing services for everything nowadays. Like how for OAuth based authentication, what he mentioned for Facebook authentication, Instagram authentication, I can use any kind of authentication. I can configure using OAuth, the project which I shared. So I had tried it. I was successful in doing that in a Spring Boot application. But currently I'm not sure if my GCP account is active or not. So that's why I've just shared the GitHub link with you.
Yeah, and I think there's Keycloak as well, isn't there? That's quite a good.
Keycloak.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm yet
Yeah.
to study about it, although I
Yeah.
mean, I've seen it quite often being used in all the offices.
Mm.
All right, so that's about the Spring security. I think Spring security part is clear. We can move to the Spring Cloud modules. Let me import the project. So there are 3 projects here for Spring Cloud. Keycloak I know because in the product I'm working, it's one of the components, so I deploy it. Okay, so these 3 projects are important. All right, so let's start with Spring Cloud. So let's see first, let's understand what is Spring Cloud, goals of Spring Cloud modules, common patterns of distributed system that can be easily builded by using tools offered by Spring Cloud. So let's understand first what is Spring Cloud. So Spring Cloud offers tools that enables rapid cloud native microservice application development, and tools offered by Spring Cloud also helps developers to easily build and configure some of the common patterns in distributed system like configuration management, which you're going to learn today, service discovery. You can do service discovery with something like Eureka, load balancer, Zool, but we are going to focus on configuration management today with Spring Cloud Config Server and Config Client. So the goals of Spring Cloud modules are externalizing your configuration, having environment specific configurations, maintaining consistency, version history of your configurations, real-time management. Common patterns of distributed system are, this is general topic. So common patterns are configuration management. So these are the common patterns which are solved by using Spring Cloud tool offerings. So one of the most common pattern is configuration management, which we'll do today. Next is service discovery, one-time token, leadership election, distributed sessions, global locks, circuit breakers, intelligent routing, micro proxy, control bus, cluster state. So that's about the introductory part of Spring Cloud. Let's see configuration management. Let's understand what is configuration management. I'll explain you what is configuration management with help of a diagram. So what is configuration management? Configuration management means to have centralized application configuration by using some source code management like GitHub. Actually, this should be GitHub, not Git. Or you can have Gerrit, or you can have GitLab. It helps to speed up the deployment process of enterprise application in case of config changes. How? Because when we implement configuration management, what we do is we take our property files, whichever properties we have seen, okay? We take those property files and we place it into an external Git repo. So we are placing our configurations out of the application code folder. It's been placed into some other Git repository, central Git repository. And the tools that enable this configuration management or externalizing our configuration are called as config as a microservice. Let me explain you what is configuration management with the help of this diagram. You can imagine we have these microservices. We have an Amazon shopping service, which interacts with the payment service. So this payment service is a separate microservice. And the Spring Cloud config server is a separate microservice. And this is our GitHub repo. And a Spring Cloud config server on its start, when you start this application, It connects with the GitHub repo. It loads the configurations or reads the configurations from there, and it caches into its system. And when Amazon shopping service and payment service starts, they connect with Spring Cloud config server, and they get those configurations and they store it in their cache and refer from there. This is how configuration management is done at a theoretical level. Now let's understand what are the various tools for configuration management. So various tools in the market for configuration management are Spring Cloud Configuration Server, Apache Zookeeper, HashiCorp Console, etcd Distributed Key Value Store. And which tool you're going to learn today is Spring Cloud Configuration Server. You're going to learn Spring Cloud Configuration Server today. So there is a question before I move to the next topic. Is there any difference between HTTP and HTTPS? So for having HTTPS, you need a SSL certificate that ensures your data is communicated in a secure manner. So if your SSL certificate is trusted by the other communicating authority, then only an communication is established. So I have also enabled HTTPS. It's in one of my repo again. HTTPS is, I think, Spring Boot HTTPS. Just let me see. Since Isaac has asked this question, yeah, we can refer this repo. Here I've just generated a SSL certificate and enable HTTPS for my local Spring Boot application, just for the demo purpose. Isaac, generally in Office, you'll have HTTPS URLs only because we don't want to have insecure applications. Insecure applications are not trusted by the other trusted authentication, this authority, CA authorities, certificate authorities. So we need a valid SSL. So every company buys a SSL certificates and uses it to enable HTTPS. Does that answer your question? Also, Google search engine down rates the URLs which are not HTTPS, not secure basically. Okay, coming to the next hands-on. Creating Spring Boot Cloud Config Server project. So let's create this project. So we have this project already bootstrapped here. This is the Spring Boot Cloud Config Server project. And here you can see I'm using the Spring Boot version 2.5.1, JDK version 1.8, dependencies, web, and this is the main one, Spring Cloud Config Server. Also in my properties, I have given it a Git repo link. Let me make it first local. So I have a local repository here. Let me just confirm it also. So I have a local repository here, which has these 3 files. So these are the contents of these file. I have the application.yaml. Sorry. In this, I have my.greeting, whose value is welcome to learning Spring Boot configuration management. I have my.list.values, which has apple, banana, mango. I have config1, which has app name additional, and the value is config client 1. I have config2, which has this app name, which says configuration client 2. So on application start, this will read the local Git repo. So as you saw, like this is a local Git repo. We have this .git here. It will read it and it will load those properties. And I've changed this application to run on port 8888. This is generally a config server port. You can choose any other port, but this is a convention. Like generally, if you're running a config server, we run on port 8888. This is the main file. Since we have enabled config server, we are annotating it with @enable config server. You need to do it to mark this application as a config server application. That's all. I have added some readmes here, which will help us to navigate and revise the concepts that you learn in this course at any point of time. So let's start this. So our application has started. It's running on port 8888. Now we know that our application is loading the property files from here. It's loading these 3 configurations. If we want to read the configurations which are in the application.yaml file, basically we want to read these configurations. How we can do it is we can access it by using this URL, http://localhost:8888/application/default. So you can see, let me show it in the other browser where it will be more readable, because I have the beautifier, JSON beautifier plugin. So you can see this appears like this. This is my commit ID, git commit ID. This is where it has cached. So it's reading from this location and it's caching into my local temp folder on this laptop. And these are the properties: my greeting, welcome to learning Spring Boot configuration management, my list.values, apple, banana, mango. If I want to access config1 properties, so the way to access it is through this. So let me tell you why it's in this format, why we write this default. So this is the format: localhost, your port, / your file name, / your profile. So I've not done profiling for these 3 files. So by default, the profile name is default. That is why I have to use default. If tomorrow I create files like config1-dev.yaml, then I'll have to pass dev over here in order to read the dev config1-dev.yaml properties. That's how it works. So you can do profiling also. Now, if I want to read properties in config2, one more thing, when I read the properties in config1, you can see along with reading the properties in config1, it is also reading the properties in the application.yaml, the default properties, because these are default properties, so they are always loaded. So this is also loaded and this is also loaded. So here you can see when I'm reading configuration 2, it says configuration client 2, but it also reads the default properties which are in application.yaml. Now creating a local Git repository. So I think this is also done. We have created this repository. How many of you are aware about how to create a Git repository, local Git repository? If someone wants to see a live demo, I'll show it. Is everyone here familiar with how to use Git commands?
Yes, for me.
Okay. Any students here? I mean, college students who want to see. All right, then I think everyone knows. So I'll go to the next one. Configure and access Spring Cloud configuration server URL. So we've already done this. This is Spring Cloud config server URLs. Next is creating Spring Cloud config client. Now that we have set up our config server, let's see how to create config client. So this is Spring Boot Cloud Config Client. We'll start with the POM file. We are using the Spring Boot version 2.5.1, JDK version 1.8, actuator, web, and this is the main dependency, Spring Cloud Starter config. This is not config server, this is config client. So the dependency name here is Spring Cloud Starter config. And we have the test dependency, which we are not using. This dependency management is automatically added when you bootstrap your application from scratch using Spring Initializer. These are the properties. This is the boilerplate, which you have to add. It's a mandatory configuration. And here we provide the path of our config server. So if our config server is running on an cloud, let's say EC2, we'll provide the EC2 URL here. Since it's running in my local, I've provided the local URL. And I've enabled all the actuator endpoints. And with this property, Spring application name config1, what I'm doing is I'm telling this application, hey, when you start, read the properties from config1.yaml. So it will read the configurations from config1.yaml on start. It cannot directly read. So on start, it will try to find this config1.yaml by connecting with the config server, and config server has cached this config1.yaml. So it will return it, it will get it, and it will cache it. And this is a normal looking main file for this. And this is the controller. Just give me a moment. All right. So this is the controller. So in controller, what I've done is I've created APIs, and I'll come to this refresh scope later on. But right now, let me explain you this. I've created these APIs like app name, greeting, get fruits. So what I'm doing is when this controller is instantiated on application start, it will set the greeting as my.greeting value. So my.greeting over here is what? Welcome to learning Spring Boot Cloud configuration config management. So on application start, that value, that string will be set to this greeting. And similarly, a list of string fruits will be created, and this value will be assigned. These fruits will be added in this list automatically. So with this @ value, what we do is we read the properties in our property file, and we can assign it to the variable. So this is the way to do it. Next is, once I have the value set to these variables, I'm returning them by wrapping them by API. So for this app name, I've wrapped it with API. For greeting, I've wrapped it with API. For fruits, I've wrapped it with API. So let's access it. I've not created Swagger for this because it's simple get APIs, nothing fancy. So let me copy this, and this application on start will run on port 8081. Let's go to 8081/app name. Let's see why it's failing. Okay. So we have not started this application. That's why it's failing. Application which is running is config server. So let's start this application first. Isaac, the way I've explored is like I can create configurations with YAML with properties also. You can explore, like try it out if it works. Not sure. Try to create a configuration like config1.property files instead of YAML and see if it works. Or if there is any, configuration you need to do to make it work. I tried with this one. I made a project, so I'm just demonstrating this one. But I think it would be possible with .properties also. You'll have to try it out, or just Google and search if you need to add any property to change it to reading like instead of YAML property files. All right, config 1 has started, and here you can see it's returning configuration client 1. So that is about creating a config client project. Any doubts so far till here? Is everyone clear till topic 7? If everyone is clear, you can say clear, or you can unmute and ask your doubts.
Spring application name equal to config1. What is that tool?
Yeah. So see, on application start, this is a config client project. It connects with config client, config server. This is a config client project. It connects with the config server. So how will it come to know from which property file it should read the properties? Like we have three properties here. Application, which is default, config1, we have config2. So how will it come to know from which one to read? Because you can see it has common properties. My.greeting is here, my.greeting is here, my.greeting is also here. So from which one to read? How does it comes to know? It comes to know by this. If we say config1, when it connects to config client, when config client will connect with config server, it will load the properties from config1.yaml and not from config client 2 and not from config2.yaml, not from application. It will load from here.
Sure.
All right. Yeah. So similarly, if you want to have two config clients, right? Because you'll have multiple applications reading configurations from there. In that case, see in config client 2, I have mentioned it as config2. So this microservice will take properties from config2, and this microservice on start will pick configurations from config1. Okay, importing configuration from config server is done. Creating APIs. Okay, so you see, right, we had configured our config client to load properties from config server. On application start, it connects with our config server and loads the properties from there. As you had seen in the initial architecture diagram, this one. So my config client server on application start loads the properties from the remote, from the local Git repo and caches it. And when my config client 1 starts, it connects with this and reads that cache property. So it will read the config1.yaml cache property and it will store it in its own cache. That is what is happening. That's the communication happening here.
So this config server URL, can I like also add Spring Security, localhost 8888?
Yes,
There.
you can add Spring Security to your config clients.
No, the config server URL, the localhost :
Yes, if you add, you'll have to find a way for that. You'll have to pass the username, password. First, you'll have to do the authentication. There will be some API using which you'll first authenticate and establish a session and then communicate.
Okay.
But you'll have to see how to do it. Mostly for this purpose now, where you have inter-process communication, form-based security is not preferred. What is preferred is token-based security.
Right.
Because it becomes unnecessary to have form-based. Form-based is generally for establishing a session from your browser to your application.
Or else some API key based.
Correct. So that's a token now again.
Okay.
Okay. So next is
sorry to interrupt. So now with this setup, what we can do is based on the environment, we can load the sensitive properties from the config server file, right? So dev database URL, like the one you pasted in application properties -dev, those we can keep it here and then we can load them using values annotation, or I mean, is that possible? I mean,
yes. That what you're saying is possible. We'll have to try it out and see the problems and solve it, but it's possible what you're saying. Okay. Okay, coming to this, right now we were pointing to a local Git repo. Now let's point to a remote Git repo. How do we point to remote Git repo? For that, we need to have a remote repo. So let me see which repo I'm referring in the code. So in my config server, I need to stop all applications first. Open the config server property file. Here I need to comment this out because this was referring to my local Git repo, and uncomment this. Here I'm referring to my remote Git repo. So do I have that config repo or I've taken it out? Let me see. Here is the config repo. Here I have these files. Just referring, the properties are same. Okay, here I just have this one additional property. It's not going to break anything. So when I'll start my config server now, it will not read from my local Git repo. It will read from the remote Git repo. So I started my config server. If you want to verify, you can see like on my remote Git repo in config2, I have this additional test property and it says config client 2. So I can hit the URLs, the config server URL. So you can see it has read. This is the commit ID. It's reading from my remote Git repo and caching into my laptop's temp folder over here. And these are the properties, my test and the default properties. So that means we have successfully read from the remote Git repo. Now the next thing that we have to do is, let's also test whether our config client is able to read the updated properties when we restart it. So an application start, it will basically again connect with config client and read the cache properties and save it into its own cache. So we can see it's working fine. It's returning configuration client 1. So let me check config 1. So it has configuration client 1, I believe. Yes. And config 2 has what? Config 2 has config client 2. So let's, so we are reading from config 1 because this is the project which reads only from config 1. Okay, so this is fine. Let's move to the next one. How about refreshing imported projects without restarting project? Okay, let's say for some reason you don't want, let's go to config 1. Let's say for some reason you don't want this configuration client 1. You want to make it config client 1 to maintain consistency. Okay, so we are making this change in the remote. And we are not restarting our config server, and we are not restarting our config client. How do we refresh the imported properties? Now if we hit this, it will not reflect because it is reading from its cache. How do we update the cache of the config client? In order to do that, we need to use actuator refresh endpoint. There is an actuator refresh endpoint. And it's a post endpoint. So sadly, it will not work with browser. You'll have to use Postman. You saw, right? You are able to understand this, right? This part, it's not updating. We have changed it to config client 1. It's returning configuration client 1, because it's not reading from the remote. It is reading from its cache, and we want to refresh this cache, and we can do this with actuator refresh endpoint. So this is the actuator refresh endpoint. It's a post endpoint, so selected post here. I'll execute. So it's returning that my app, my.app name was updated, and this will always be updated because this is the commit ID show value. And let's refresh this. Here we can see config client 1 now. So it is updated. So this is how you can use the actuator refresh endpoint to dynamically refresh your application without restarting it. So is it clear to everyone how you can read from remote, how you can dynamically refresh your properties without restarting the application by using actuator refresh endpoint? If everyone is clear so far, you can write clear in the chat. All right. Moving to the next one. Managing configurations for multiple projects. Right now, so far, what you had seen is like you have one config client and one config server, but that won't be the usual case. In a usual case, you'll have multiple config clients and one config server, or you might have replicas of your config server. That's also possible. You just need to dive deep into this, read the documentation, enable it. Because having a single replica of this can also be a single point of failure for all your application architecture. All right, coming here in this config client 2, everything is same. The APIs are the same. Only thing different is this value. So here I'm starting my application on port 8082. And when this config client 2 will start, it will read the properties from config 2. So what is my config 2? So my config 2 is this one. It will read properties from here. So let's start this. So you can see fetching config from config server at localhost 8888. So it's telling from where it is fetching the configuration. It fetches, it caches, and it reads from its cache. So this application is running on port 8082. Let's get the app name. It should be config 2. We can see config client 2. So this is how it works. So with this, we have finished our entire Spring Boot Advanced course. Any doubts about Spring Cloud? This Spring Cloud configuration management, which you have learned today? If no doubts, so I think we are good. Like if there are any doubts, I can stay back and help you with your doubts.
That
Folks.
last repo that you were showing, which was the link for that one then, with all these cloud stuff that you did? I think I might have missed the repo link that you gave for this last batch of stuff that you did.
Okay, this one.
Not that one, just the repo with the code that you had. What's the repo with the code for the cloud stuff you've just shown? Sorry.
Yeah, OR2.
OAuth2. Yeah, and it's on your GitHub. Yeah.
I'll just
Excellent.
reshare it.
Thanks. Sorry about that.
You'll need a GCP
Excellent.
account for trying that out.
Yeah.
And in the notes page, I have created not a README file, proper file. I've just added like notes text document in which I've written the step you need to do.
No, but this wasn't what you were just showing just now, wasn't it? Was this the repo that you were just showing now? So the code that you were just showing just now.
This one.
Yeah, all of this stuff. Yeah. So this config client 2 and all of that, is that on your GitHub?
Yeah, this is on my GitHub. So how you
Oh,
can
in
understand
config
that
repo.
is, yeah. So in the config server, you can see I've given the path of my GitHub config repo.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a public repo. So I'm reading from here. If this would be a private repo, I'll have to add my username and password here. That's why I created a public repo for this.
And this spring-boot-cloud-config client 2, is that on GitHub? There,
Yeah,
that,
all these things
yeah.
are on GitHub.
Excellent.
So yeah, this I had shared yesterday. This is the
Excellent. Oh, it's in there in day 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, got it. Thanks.
All right. We are good, I think.
Yeah, that's good. I got it. Yeah, it was really good. Thank you so much. So much stuff. So much stuff to do.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
What you guys can do is if you have mastered what all you have learned, after that, if you want to learn further, I have extracted some good blogs. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn, because those blog links, I cannot share all links here because it's very huge number of links. I'm not able to paste in the chat. I'll send you on the LinkedIn chat if you want to dive more deeper, learn more advanced concepts, or just advance with the concepts. Like in the Spring Security, I said, with the latest version, you don't even need to extend the class. You can do the same things. You have ready-made classes which you can pass as method arguments and do the same stuff. So yeah, I think we are good to close for today. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining.